Hi, this is Winter. Welcome back to my channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you enjoy the story. All right, let's continue. Enjoy. The story begins in Taser Orphanage, where a new child is introduced. A silver-haired, blue-eyed girl named Dana is welcomed to stay among the children. Rhea, watching her, is struck with shock. Those shining features leave no doubt in her mind. This child is none other than Dana, the youngest daughter of the Duke family. Rhea can hardly believe it. After all, in her previous life, it was the family that led her to her death. Yet here she is again, returned to the very day Dana first arrived at the orphanage. The scene shifts back to Rhea's past life, just before her death. At the headquarters of the Terentium Information Guild, she had pressed her master for a proper mission. Among all the first-class agents, she was the only one still left without an assignment. The master finally relented, entrusting her with a critical task, one that had originally been assigned to Jade. Proudly, Rhea accepted, determined to prove her worth. Later that evening, she met Jade in a bar. To her surprise, Jade confirmed the target of her mission, the Duke family itself. Though Jade teased her, he admitted her skills surpassed many of the guild's agents. Their conversation turned uneasy, however, when he brought up her supposed connection to the Elids, something she denied, brushing it off as drunken nonsense. Yet Jade's knowing smile hinted at something more sinister. The Duke of Elad, known as the Sword of the Empire, was a man she could never forget. His cold eyes and merciless decisions haunted her even after a decade. But Rhea steeled herself. This mission would not be derailed by her past. Her task was simple: observe the mansion, discover the guest, and report the conversation. Yet as she watched, she realized something was wrong. The entire Night Order was assembled, waiting in silence. When a carriage arrived, it was Duke Elad himself who stepped out to greet the guest. Clearly, this was no ordinary meeting. As Rhea prepared to follow, a blade touched her throat. It was Lucio Elad, the Duke's eldest son. According to Jade's information, he should have been away, but now she realized Jade had betrayed her. Lucio demanded to know who sent her. Rhea resisted, and in the clash, her mask was torn away, revealing her face. Shock flashed across both their expressions. Lucio seemed to recognize her. Desperate, Rhea tried to flee, but a blue light struck her from behind. Her vision faded as she heard Lucio's frantic voice calling her name. The last thought in her mind was confusion. How could he know her name when she had never spoken it aloud to him before? Her final memory was her master's words, a warning never to trust him. Then, against all reason, she woke. The sensation of death was still fresh, but when she looked at her hands, they were small again. The orphanage surrounded her, the same bed, the same tattered curtains. She had returned to her childhood. At breakfast, she sat dazed until her friend Emily snapped her back to reality. Emily gladly accepted the bread Rhea gave away, and for a moment, the small kindness warmed her heart. But Thomas, the bully of the orphanage, soon tried to snatch it for himself. Jack, another boy, intervened, and though Thomas stormed off with the bread, the children noticed something strange. Rhea, once timid and fearful, seemed somehow different today. Later, Jack scolded her for giving in too easily, yet in the end, he handed her a slice of bread of his own, brushing it off as nothing. To Rhea, it was everything. In her previous life, she barely remembered speaking to him at all, yet now his small act of kindness touched her deeply. That very afternoon, the orphanage was stirred by new arrivals, and among them was Dana, the silver-haired child from the Elad family. The moment Rhea saw her, she realized this was no coincidence. Dana's presence in the orphanage had once triggered the chain of events that led to its destruction and to Rhea's suffering. But as she looked at the bright smile of the 4-year-old child, She knew she could not hold resentment. In her past life, Dana had been a lonely, fragile child, avoided by the others. But this time would be different. Though her heart trembled with the cruel weight of fate, Rhea reached out. She would face what was to come, not with bitterness, but with resolve. Rhea prepared to wash Dana's feet, but the moment she saw them, her heart sank. They were covered in small wounds and cuts. Dana tried to brush it off as nothing, but Rhea gently reassured her that it was safe to be honest. The little girl admitted she was hurt, fearing scolding, yet relieved when Rhea promised not to tell anyone. Instead of mere comfort, Rhea offered something greater. She cast a simple healing spell, channeling the faint magic she had once learned from her master. The wounds faded, leaving Dana staring in awe. To her, Rhea was amazing, cool, and incredible. Rhea, though embarrassed, felt grateful that her training had not been in vain. Yet something puzzled her. By all rights, her magic should have drained her meager reserves completely. Instead, her mana felt strangely replenished, as though an unknown power stirred within her. Overcome with joy, Dana hugged her tightly, thanking her with the innocent warmth of a child. For the first time since her return, Rhea's restless heart felt steady. She embraced the little girl in return, realizing just how precious this bond was. But she had little time to dwell in sentiment. The memories of her past life weighed heavily on her. In only a week, the Elid Duke and his knights would come searching for the missing child. The corrupt director would attempt to hide Dana, planning to sell her later at the slave market. When the knights discovered the deception, the orphanage was branded as complicit and destroyed under the Duke's wrath. This time, Rhea swore things would be different. If she could care for Dana until that day and uncover proof of the director's corruption, she could change the course of fate, not only for herself, but for everyone in the orphanage. That evening, Dana asked if Rhea could read her a book. But there were no books in the orphanage, so Rhea offered to tell her an old story instead. Before she could begin, Dana's eyes fell on the pendant around Rhea's neck, a red teardrop jewel she had worn for as long as she could remember. Rhea explained that it had been with her ever since she was abandoned at the orphanage, a treasure she kept close, believing it might one day lead her back to her parents. Yet now she noticed a crack across its surface. The sight unsettled her, but Dana only smiled, saying it was still beautiful, just like Rhea. The words stunned her. Dana had called her pretty, sparkling, and radiant. No one had ever said such a thing to her before. When she was young, she used to believe she was beautiful. Her own reflection had often surprised her, but not once did others affirm it. Instead, the opposite weighed on her heart. She remembered how her friend Lizzie once admired another girl's hair, calling it unique and lovely. Hoping to hear something similar, Rhea had asked Lizzie about her own. But the answer was plain. Her hair was just brown, smooth, nothing more. Others in the orphanage said the same: brown hair, brown eyes, ordinary features. Confused, she even questioned painters and later, her master. The answers never changed. She began to wonder if the way she saw herself was different from how the rest of the world perceived her. But now, lying beside Dana, all those doubts felt distant. For the first time, someone had called her beautiful, not out of obligation or pity, but with pure sincerity. More than her reflection, more than her pendant, she realized she had something far more important, someone who looked at her as if she truly mattered. Holding Dana close, she let the child drift to sleep in her arms. In the dining area, the children were eating their meager meal. Dana finished hers quickly and turned to Rhea, proudly showing her empty plate. Rhea praised her for eating so well, but she noticed the little ones still seemed unsatisfied. Realizing Dana was still hungry, Rhea quietly offered her own bread. Dana's eyes lit up in gratitude as she accepted. Rhea herself felt hunger gnawing inside, but as an adult, she forced herself to endure it. By noon, that resolve faltered. Her body weakened, her mana felt drained, and she struggled even to carry out the chores of fetching water and laundry because she was so hungry. Dana, however, spotted a lake in the distance and excitedly pointed it out. Though Rhea was exhausted, she convinced herself that as long as Dana was happy, that was all that mattered. At the lake, Dana played cheerfully, while Rhea set to work scrubbing clothes. No matter how hard she washed, the stains clung stubbornly. She pressed on until she heard a sound from a distance. Hiding, peering through the tree, she found Jack. With nothing but a stick, he was practicing tirelessly, his movements sharp and precise. She watched silently, realizing just how different Jack was. Though never properly trained, his form was free of flaws. He was no ordinary boy. He was destined to become one of the Empire's 3 great knights, a sworn sword master, and the one who would one day stand as Dana's loyal protector. When Jack paused to catch his breath, Rhea instinctively pulled Dana close and hid behind a tree. Confident in her stealth, she thought they would not be discovered. But Jack's sharp voice called out, telling them to come out. He had known they were there all along. Embarrassed, Rhea stepped forward with Dana, only for her stomach to betray her with a loud growl. Jack scolded her, accusing her of giving her food away again. Rhea defended her choice, insisting children needed nourishment to grow. Still grumbling, Jack pressed a piece of his own bread into her hand, reminding her not to give that away to Dana and eat that for herself. Dana eagerly promised not to take any of the bread. The two quarreled in their usual way until Rhea asked about his training. Jack brushed it off, claiming it was just for fun. But she saw through him. She knew he longed to be a knight. He denied it, saying commoners like them had no chance and that becoming a mercenary was more realistic. Rhea could only smile faintly, knowing that, no matter his doubts, the boy in front of her was fated for greater things. She told him that with hard work, he could achieve it. Jack flushed red at her words, hiding his embarrassment by gathering buckets with a huff. As they prepared to return, Dana tugged at Rhea, saying she was tired and wanted to be carried. Rhea agreed, despite her weakened state. Jack immediately scolded her, warning that she could collapse. When Dana insisted she wanted her unny, Jack sighed impatiently. Then, without hesitation, he told Rhea to climb onto his back as well. She thought it was impossible, but he lifted both of them with ease. He carried them back. Rhea quietly thanked him, touched by his hidden kindness. Back at the orphanage, as they approached, the director caught them outside past curfew. His dark presence loomed as he demanded to know their ages and warned them not to wander again. Dana trembled, calling him a scary old man. Rhea comforted her, telling her he was gone, but inside she seethed. She remembered how, in her past life, Duke Elid had one day uncovered the director's cruelty and destroyed his hold over the children. That day was not far off again. If she wanted to protect Dana and the others, she needed evidence strong enough to expose him. Meanwhile, at the Elid residence, the search for Dana pressed on. The Duke's knights reported that they had combed the orphanages and back alleys, but there was still no trace of the young lady. Duke Elid ordered them to expand the search to neighboring kingdoms and inspect every ship that had docked. His heart ached as he remembered the day his daughter went missing during a festival. At first, he believed she had simply wandered off, but the days passed without her return. He could not help but recall the pain of an old friend who had once lost a child in the same way. One night, Taze had pushed himself beyond his limits, refusing food and rest in his desperation to find Dana. The Duke reprimanded him, warning that in his current state, he was useless. Taze bowed in shame, vowing to do better. But not all in the room shared the same sincerity. Sid, another night, watched with a sly smile. It had been his scheme to spread rumors that Taze was being dismissed from Dana's guard, intending only to cause minor trouble. Yet the plan had grown beyond his control, eroding Taze's standing with the Duke entirely. For Sid, this outcome was even more convenient. The Duke then issued new orders. He and Taze would search the western lands, while Sid was commanded to track east and coordinate with Count Marietta. Both knights acknowledged the command, Sid concealing his sinister satisfaction behind his bow. Night fell over the orphanage, and Rhea quietly moved forward with her plan to expose the director. While Dana slept peacefully, she slipped out of their room and made her way down the dimly lit hallway. At the director's office, she knelt by the locked door, working carefully until the mechanism gave way with a faint click. Inside, she began searching through ledgers and account books stacked on the shelves. But as she turned page after page, disappointment clouded her face. There was little more than fragments, hardly enough to prove anything. She knew the director had to be hiding the truth elsewhere. Determined, she focused her mana, letting it flow through the room in search of something unusual. A faint response pulsed beneath the carpet. Pulling it back, she uncovered a hidden latch. Beneath it lay a chest, heavy and sealed. When she lifted the lid, her breath caught. Inside were ledgers overflowing with records, lists of children who had passed through the orphanage, alongside the names of kidnappers who traded them into slavery. And woven through every page was proof of the director's involvement. Her resolve hardened. She placed her hands over the documents, channeling her mana to create exact copies of every ledger and record. But the strain tore at her body. A sharp pain racked her chest, and she coughed blood into her hand. Her mana was draining too fast, and her body threatened to give in. Yet she refused to stop. Even as her strength faltered, she pressed on until the task was finished. At last, the copies were complete. Wiping her mouth, she gathered herself and erased every trace of her intrusion, restoring the room to its untouched state. She stepped outside the office. Her steps were unsteady, but her eyes burned with determination. She had the truth in her hands, and nothing would stop her from seeing this through. A few days later, the orphanage was alive with noise as the children busied themselves with cleaning chores. Among them, Annie called out to Rhea, greeting her with cheer. Rhea returned the good morning warmly, though Annie's eyes lingered on her with concern. Annie asked if she had been well, pointing out how sickly she had seemed lately. Rhea brushed it off with a faint smile, insisting it was only a mild cold and that she was fine now. Annie sighed in relief, glad to hear it. Inside, Rhea's thoughts betrayed the truth. Since sneaking into the director's office that night, she had collapsed with a fever. Only now had she recovered enough to even manage the simplest of spells. She thanked Annie for worrying, intending to say more, but the sharp, cutting voice of the director broke through the air. He barked at the children, accusing them of slacking off, demanding that they stop talking and clean. Annie flinched, apologizing quickly as she rushed back to her chores. The director muttered curses under his breath, complaining that his head was ready to explode. That single phrase made Rhea's heart jolt. Eled. The name echoed in her mind. Could it be? Was the Duke of Eled finally here? Her thoughts were interrupted when the director's finger leveled toward her. He demanded that she bring the new girl. Rhea froze in disbelief, and when she hesitated, he shouted again, telling her to move. She ran at once, her heart pounding. Should she flee now? But no. If she missed this chance to meet the Duke, then Dana would surely be hidden away, locked in the attic just as before. And though the Duke would eventually find her, the delay would only lead to the director's fury being unleashed upon all the children. That future could not be allowed. She hurried until she found Dana. The little girl's eyes welled with tears as she whimpered that she had fallen and scraped herself. Rhea rushed to comfort her. Dana sobbed, apologizing, ashamed that after being so carefully washed, she had dirtied herself again. Rhea held her close, soothing her, telling her not to cry, that falling was nothing to be ashamed of. Laundry could always be redone. That reassurance made Dana cling to her sister with relief. But the moment was shattered by the thunder of footsteps. The director's voice bellowed from behind them, demanding to know what was taking so long. He spotted them at once, accusing Rhea of stalling, and stepped forward to seize Dana by the arm. Rhea's heart screamed in defiance. She couldn't let it happen. Not like this. If she had to be the one locked away, so be it. She would protect Dana no matter what. The director ordered her to move aside, but before he could advance, another voice cut through the tension. A steady, resolute tone pointed out how frightened the children were. Jack had stepped between them. Rhea gasped at his sudden appearance, calling his name in disbelief. Jack glanced at her quickly, asking if she was hurt. She managed to say she was fine, but the director's face twisted with rage. Snarling about insolent brats, he lunged forward and struck Jack hard across the face. Rhea's cry echoed through the hall as Jack crumpled. Moments later, the director dragged all three of them to the attic. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he shoved them inside, declaring that they were arrogant punks and would rot there for a while. The door slammed, and the lock turned with a finality that sent Dana trembling. Rhea turned to Dana immediately, asking if she was hurt. Dana shook her head, more worried for Rhea instead. Rhea said she's all right. But Rhea's attention was already drawn to Jack. He lay still, unconscious, his injuries deep and dangerous. Her panic rose. How could they escape like this? Then, she caught sight of something. A thin beam of sunlight spilling through a boarded window. Desperation fueled her as she pressed against the boards, pounding them with all her strength. Pain seared her hands, but she couldn't stop. Jack's condition was worsening, and Dana was terrified. If they waited for the Duke's arrival, there was no telling what horrors the director might unleash first. They had to escape now. Her bloodied hands finally split the boards open, just wide enough to squeeze through. She leaned forward, gazing down at the drop. Risky, but it was the only way. Behind her, Dana's soft voice trembled, noticing the wounds on her sister's hands. Rhea forced herself to smile. She promised Dana she would return with her father. Until then, she entrusted Jack's care to her. Dana clung to her desperately, begging her not to go. But Rhea could not waver. With one last look, she climbed through the window and leapt. At the entrance of the orphanage, the Duke arrived with his knights. He looked around at the rugged terrain and remarked with disbelief that an orphanage even stood in such a mountainous place. Bianca, the captain of his knights, reported that after searching the area, nothing suspicious had been found. The Duke acknowledged her effort and ordered that the director be brought before him. Bianca obeyed at once. The director appeared quickly, bowing with exaggerated courtesy. He apologized for not knowing such an esteemed guest would visit, and, as requested, claimed to have gathered all the children in the orphanage before them. Bianca leaned close to the Duke and whispered her suspicion. She said the director's behavior toward the children and his evasive answers were highly suspicious. The Duke agreed quietly. Then, stepping forward, he addressed the children. He asked if they had ever seen a girl with silver hair and blue eyes. The children looked at one another nervously in silence. From behind, the director barked angrily, commanding them to answer. The frightened children stammered that they did not know, insisting they had never seen such a girl. Within his mind, the director gloated. He had spent half of his fortune to install anti-detection artifacts in the attic and vault. Even Duke Eled would not uncover the truth so easily. The Duke's expression hardened. He warned the children that lying would bring severe punishment. But again they trembled, repeating that they truly did not know. Then it came, a sudden surge, a wave of mana flooding through the air. Both Bianca and the Duke felt it instantly. Bianca exclaimed that the flow of mana was incredibly strong and far from ordinary. The Duke confirmed he felt the same. His eyes fell on the director, who grew pale with fear. Calmly, the Duke requested to look around the orphanage. The director forced a strained reply, agreeing. Soon after, Bianca's sharp voice rang out. She had found something. The knights and the Duke rushed to her side. There, on the ground, lay Rhea, her small body overflowing with mana that had spiraled out of control. Bianca was startled that such a child had endured in a place like this, and noted that if left untreated, her life would be in danger. She acted quickly, casting a healing spell over Rhea. The Duke allowed it, his gaze still fixed on the child. A cry pierced the air from above. From an attic window, Dana shouted a single desperate word, "Daddy!" The Duke's composure broke at once. He called her name, ordering her to stay where she was. Then he barked commands to his knights to rescue her immediately. They obeyed without hesitation. On the ground, Rhea gasped and awoke. Startled, she looked at Bianca, who gently asked if she was awake. Rhea muttered in confusion about the place, then her eyes widened as she recognized the Duke. In her mind, she thanked fate. Duke Elid had found them, even though the future had already twisted too far. She rose shakily to her feet, dropped to her knees, and pleaded before him. She begged the Duke to help them, crying out that her friend Jack was in danger, locked up in the attic with Dana. Bianca turned to the trembling director, demanding whether he was the one responsible. Rhea shouted, "Yes!" She exposed him as cruel, one who had tried to sell them all as slaves. The director was stunned. Bianca's voice hardened at the accusation of slavery. The director panicked, calling Rhea a liar and raging at her. He raised his hand to strike her down, but Bianca intercepted swiftly, subduing him and forcing him to the ground. His screams filled the air as he was restrained. Bianca turned to Rhea, asking if she was unharmed. Rhea assured her she was. At that moment, one of the children in the crowd called Rhea's name with relief, overjoyed to see her safe. She hushed them quickly, urging them to stay quiet. The Duke's voice cut through, commanding silence. He warned that unless they wanted punishment for lying, they had best remain honest. The children shrank back in fear. Inside, Rhea's mind raced. The Duke had already interrogated the children. Things were moving faster than she had anticipated. This was no time to be relieved. The evidence. She needed to bring it forth. Gathering her remaining strength, she cast magic and summoned the copied documents she had hidden. She presented them to the Duke, saying they were secret ledgers recording every child the director had sold. The director's face twisted in fury, shouting to know how she had obtained them. But Rhea pressed on, declaring there was more than slave trading hidden in the records. Embezzlement, corruption, proof that the director had never once treated the children as human beings. She explained that the others had ignored Dana only because they had been threatened. The Duke studied the documents and spoke gravely. He understood now why the children had denied knowing Dana. They were only frightened into silence. Rhea's voice broke as she pleaded with him to show mercy to them. She begged desperately, insisting they were only children, terrified, and forced to lie to survive. The other children joined in, crying out apologies and asking for mercy. The Duke looked at them calmly. He asked why they were begging for their lives. Did he ever say he would kill them? He told them he would not harm them and ordered them to stop crying. Rhea froze at his words, barely able to believe it. She asked if it meant he was willing to forgive them. The Duke confirmed it. Overwhelmed, Rhea thanked him profusely, but he told her thanks was unnecessary. Protecting children and standing for the wronged was his duty. His eyes then shifted back to the true criminal. The one who must face judgment was the director. He commanded his men to restrain him and take him away for interrogation. The director struggled furiously, screaming the Duke's name, insisting he could not do this. But his protests were drowned by the sound of iron shackles closing around him. In her heart, Rhea breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Dana and Jack were safe, she could finally allow herself to relax. Dana rushed into her arms, calling her sister. Rhea embraced her tightly, asking if she was hurt and confessing how scary it must have been. Dana nodded, saying she was fine, and asked in return if her sister was all right. Nearby, the knights exchanged murmurs. One observed in surprise that the fussy young lady was acting so gently. Another agreed, pointing to Rhea and remarking that they were probably safe because of her. The Duke watched silently for a moment, struck by the sight, before calling Dana to him. He told her it was time to go home. Dana, bright and smiling, ran to him, calling him Dad. He admitted he had intended to scold her, but since she had stayed strong without crying, he would let it go this time. Dana answered happily. Bianca then reminded the Duke that since the journey was long and the orphanage unsafe, it would be best to depart quickly. Inwardly, Rhea felt the weight of parting with Dana. She had known this moment would come, yet sadness welled up in her chest. Dana, however, looked back at her and tugged her father's sleeve. She asked if Rhea would come with them. The Duke answered that if Dana wished it, then so be it. Dana hugged Rhea, saying it might be nice to go together. Rhea's thoughts grew conflicted. The story was twisting further, and she knew it should have been Jack by Dana's side, not her. Jack had even been injured trying to save Dana, yet the Duke said that once Jack awoke, he would speak to him as well. For now, he asked again what Rhea wanted. Did she not wish to come with them? Rhea wrestled with herself, thinking the offer was too much for someone like her, that she would only intrude on Jack's place. But Dana tugged at her clothes, pleading softly if her sister did not want to go. Rhea hesitated, then agreed. Dana's eyes shone with joy. She declared that she liked her sister very much and wanted to stay together forever. Rhea smiled faintly in her mind, deciding she would comfort Dana for now, and later ensure Jack's place was restored as it should be. The Duke announced that the carriage would arrive soon and told them to wait. Both Rhea and Dana answered obediently. Taze then approached them. With solemn words, he expressed his gratitude that Dana was safe, and then turned to Rhea, thanking her as well for helping the young lady. Rhea shook her head, insisting she only did what had to be done, but Taze grew serious. He confessed that he had failed to protect Dana and begged the Duke to accept the keepsake left by his father, offering a jewel as proof of his resolve to protect her, even if stripped of his knighthood. The Duke scolded him harshly, calling him a fool. No one but a highborn would give up a parent's keepsake as a symbol. He ordered Taze to take it back and prepare to be reprimanded at home. Taze protested still, but the Duke would not relent. In her mind, Rhea recognized the name, Taze Sidian. She remembered him clearly. The knight with the gem decoration split in half by a sword. He would one day become the stepfather of the story's protagonist and the deputy commander of the Lexian Knights. Then another knight hurried forward, announcing that the carriage was ready. The Duke commanded them all to get in. Rhea froze uncertainly, wondering if she was also expected to ride. The Duke teased her gently, asking if she was worried about the carriage being cramped. She flustered, denying it. But he told her that such a small child would fit in just fine. Dana pulled her hand and invited her warmly to ride together. Rhea nodded and climbed in, her thoughts unsettled. The inside was splendid, far more luxurious than anything she had known, and her shabby state made her feel awkward. As they departed, Ria glanced outside to see the children of the orphanage waving goodbye. She remembered how, in her past life, she had only watched as enemies rode away in carriages. But now, the future had changed. Perhaps she could live a new life. Her thoughts halted when the Duke addressed her directly. He asked her name. Startled, she answered that it was Ria, without a family name, and that she was 8 years old. The Duke then asked a heavier question, whether she had known Dana's true identity, and whether she knew who he was. Ria grew tense. His gaze was sharp, and she feared he was suspicious of her. In his own mind, the Duke reflected that if they hadn't seen her fall from the attic, she would have been just another child overlooked among many. But when that ordinary child had clung to him, presenting evidence, it had struck him like a blow. Her frail body, the clear signs of abuse, the desperation that forced her into such danger, it tightened his chest inexplicably. Ria answered carefully, saying she had not known the details, only that Dana was someone important. The Duke pressed further, asking how she had managed to steal evidence and how she had known what it was. Ria explained she had been in charge of cleaning the director's office and stumbled upon it, learning the truth after overhearing his conversations with strangers. The Duke noted dryly that she seemed to have quite the troublesome habit. Ria panicked inwardly, fearing he would find her too cunning and might regret taking her in. But she spoke firmly, saying she had only acted for the children's safety. The Duke asked if she meant even though she was a child herself. Ria pleaded with him to believe her, that everything she had done was to protect the others. In silence, the Duke thought again. This child was sharper and more perceptive than he had ever expected. The carriage finally arrived at the inn. The Duke gave his orders with calm authority. The children were to be taken to their rooms, washed, and prepared. At the same time, the countess was summoned. Soon, Bianca Marietta stood before him. The Duke thanked her for coming all the way from the duchy, even sending regards to His Highness. But Bianca's voice carried a sharper tone. She had not come out of choice, but necessity, and she wanted to know why she had been called. The Duke hesitated, explaining that it might sound like a delicate request for a countess of the duchy. While the children were being prepared, he asked if she would stay by their side and watch over them. Bianca brushed off his concern. Such a trivial request did not need hesitation. The children's safety was the priority, and she would see to it. The Duke expressed his gratitude, and she left to assist with the preparations. Yet, as she walked away, Bianca admitted there was something else she had wanted to check, though she dismissed it quickly, claiming it was nothing. That evening, the children finished their baths and sat at the table, enjoying a warm meal. For Ria, the honeyed milk and soothing warmth felt too luxurious, almost unreal. She teased Dana for having something on her mouth, only for Dana to tease her back, both breaking into laughter. It was then that Bianca entered, her presence calm but commanding. She asked if the little ladies were finished washing, bringing clothes for them to change into. With a polite nod, she dismissed the attendants who had been looking after the girls. Bianca's attention then shifted to Ria. Ria greeted her shyly, but her thoughts were restless. She had seen Bianca before, always by the Duke's side since the orphanage. Yet something was unusual. The woman was not wearing the Lexian Knight's uniform, and her presence carried a strange familiarity. Bianca urged them to change and prepare for dinner, but her eyes fell upon Ria's injuries. Her expression hardened. She asked if the orphanage director had done this as well. Inwardly, Bianca confirmed her suspicions. That vile man had been responsible. She admitted she had no gift for healing magic, but once they reached the duchy, she would summon a cleric. Ria was startled. A cleric? For someone like her, it felt excessive. But Bianca did not waver. Healing the wounded was natural and necessary, and there was no reason for Ria to refuse. For the first time, Ria felt something stir inside her. This woman was not only angry for her, but worried as though the wounds were her own. Warm-hearted, righteous. Unlike anyone else she had known. Curiosity grew. Ria asked if Bianca was a mage, since she had mentioned healing magic. Bianca explained that she was a magic swordsman. Ria's eyes widened. A magic swordsman. Not a title given lightly. Only a knight who had mastered the aura to a high degree could claim it. The realization struck her. Could this woman truly be? Gathering courage, Ria asked her name. The answer came without hesitation. Bianca. Bianca Marietta. The name rang in Ria's mind like thunder. Bianca Marietta, the illegitimate daughter of a lowly viscount, had risen to become a countess through unmatched swordsmanship and overwhelming battle magic, a legendary figure who had turned the tides of war. The very person Ria had admired for as long as she could remember was standing right before her eyes. Ria looked at Bianca with gratitude, recalling the moment she had been saved from the attic. She thanked her sincerely, but Bianca brushed it off, saying she had only done what needed to be done. With introductions finished, Bianca urged them to prepare for dinner, and both Ria and Dana laughed in agreement. When the three entered the dining hall, Bianca announced that she had brought the young ladies. The Duke acknowledged her efforts with formal thanks, though she downplayed her role. Dana eagerly called Ria to sit beside her, but hesitation filled Ria's chest. She worried about the difference in status. Was it truly proper for someone like her to sit at the same table? The Duke's voice cut through her hesitation, commanding her to sit and eat. At his words, Ria obeyed, and Dana's joy brightened the room. For Ria, the sight of the meal before her felt overwhelming. It had been so long since she had eaten something that could be called a proper meal. The moment of warmth was interrupted when a servant whispered urgently into Bianca's ear. The Countess turned to the Duke, apologizing but insisting she had something important to report. The Duke urged her to sit and eat first, but Bianca explained that she had to return to the duchy immediately. His Grace had contacted her through the communication channel. An urgent matter had arisen. The Duke was taken aback at the suddenness of her departure. He had wished to properly thank her once they arrived at the ducal residence, but it could not be helped. He asked her to convey his gratitude to the Grand Duke as well for sending her so far. Bianca accepted his understanding. Ria's heart sank. Bianca was already leaving. They had barely begun to talk, and now it was time to say goodbye. But before turning away, Bianca glanced at her once more. She asked, almost suddenly, if Ria would like to come with her. The question stunned Ria. The Duke himself demanded an explanation. Bianca answered plainly. She wished to take the child with her. From the first moment she had seen Ria, she had sensed a considerable amount of mana, a talent for magic. But because Ria did not yet know how to control mana, her body had suffered. Bianca declared that what Ria needed now was a proper guide. She emphasized, however, that it would only be if Ria herself wished it. The Duke's reply was firm. There was no need for concern, he said. The ducal family had no shortage of mages who could train her. Bianca pressed again, but the Duke's tone sharpened, warning that she could not smuggle an imperial citizen into the principality without a valid reason. Bianca quickly denied any such intention, but insisted Ria should be allowed to decide for herself. All eyes turned to the girl. Bianca's invitation felt like a dream, her idol offering to take her under her wing. But Ria hesitated, lost in thought, until Dana's small hands tugged at her clothes. Dana's voice cracked as she begged her sister not to go, her tears threatening to fall. The choice was no longer hers alone. Ria looked at Bianca, torn, but finally gave her answer. She could not go. Bianca accepted the decision with grace, though regret lingered in her eyes. She told Ria that if she ever wished to meet again, she should come to the Bellis Duchy. Bianca would most likely remain at the Grand Duke's residence, and if Ria gave her name, she would be welcomed. The name of the duchy echoed in Ria's mind. Perhaps, if she grew stronger and braver, she would one day gather the courage to seek Bianca out. Yet for now, the sight of Dana clinging to her had erased the possibility of leaving. The disappointment was real, but so was her resolve. Her choice was not only for Dana's sake. She knew her knowledge was rooted in the structures of the empire. To use that information effectively, it was best to remain. In her past life, she had striven to be acknowledged by others, to survive by their favor. She had no intention of repeating such a path. This time, she would not be bound by anyone. She would stand proudly on her own, with her abilities, and with the knowledge of the future. Ria stretched and yawned, realizing she had dozed off. Morning had already arrived. She thought about the countess who was still on her way to the duchy, and her mind wandered to what she knew of the Bellis family. Truthfully, her knowledge was limited. She only recalled that the Duke of Bellis had once been the empire's one and only grand mage. Over time, however, the Duke's son had risen to even greater fame, known throughout the land as an unparalleled genius. To Ria, being near Lord Elad felt like standing in the presence of both the sun and the moon. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Since she had decided to stay at the Duke's residence, when her end would eventually come, the last man she would likely see was him. A knock at the carriage door drew her back to the present. The Duke's voice came from outside, instructing her to wake Dana. Moments later, he informed them that they had arrived home. As the gates of the Bellis estate came into view, Ria's heart skipped a beat. Seeing it up close was overwhelming, a sight far grander than she had imagined. The carriage stopped, and waiting there was a boy who rushed forward, embracing Dana. It was Alan, her brother, the second son of the Duke. His voice trembled with emotion as he scolded her for arriving only now, demanding to know where she had been. Then another presence appeared, warm and graceful. The Duchess herself, who had missed her daughter dearly. Dana broke into a run and fell into her mother's arms. Watching them, Ria thought to herself how fortunate Dana was to finally return to her family's embrace. Still, a question gnawed at her mind. What would become of her once the headmaid came to deal with her? Her thoughts were interrupted when Alan turned his sharp gaze toward her. He demanded to know who she was, his suspicion dripping with hostility. Ria, caught off guard, asked if he truly meant her. Alan's tone grew harsher. Of course he did. There was no one else. He accused her of clinging to his little sister, claiming she must have some hidden motive, some agenda for following Dana so closely. Before Ria could respond, Dana rushed to her side, her face burning with anger. In front of everyone, she declared that no one should dare touch her princess, calling Alan a vermin. The bold words left the entire household stunned. Inside, Ria nearly collapsed from the shock. What was Dana saying? Since when did she learn to speak like that? Tears welled in her eyes as she silently screamed within herself, horrified by the sudden declaration. Ria's heart tightened as she heard Dana speak, the words echoing in her mind. Those expressions. They were the same ones she had learned from the director. Alan's voice broke through, questioning Dana with surprise, scolding gently for speaking to her brother in such a way. But before Dana could answer, Ria quickly interjected, her voice filled with urgency. She warned Dana, telling her that the director's words were bad, that she should never repeat them. The Duke's eyes darkened, anger flashing as he growled. That man again. The director. After his confession, he promised he would start by ripping out his tongue. Ria, startled by the Duke's rage, wondered silently what would happen if the name was revealed. Guilt washed over her as she stammered, apologizing, regretting that she had allowed Dana to overhear such things. The Duchess's voice carried sharpness, but also grace. She rebuked her husband, reminding him not to speak so carelessly before the children. The Duke turned to her, calling her Madam softly, but the Duchess pressed further, insisting that introducing the child should take priority. Rhea stepped forward nervously, greeting the Duchess with respect. The Duke followed with a formal introduction, explaining that the child's name was Rhea. He told her how he had brought Rhea from the orphanage, how she had cared for Dana, and how she had been a great help in the search. At that moment, Dana clung to Rhea tightly, her eyes bright with joy. She called Rhea her princess, declaring that she would protect her. Alan's voice trembled as he tried to call his sister back, begging Dana to come to him. But Dana refused, clutching Rhea and proclaiming again that she was her princess. The Duchess's expression softened, gratitude warming her tone as she thanked Rhea for helping their Dana. But Alan's gaze fell, his thoughts sinking into despair. Little Dana. She didn't want him. The Duchess then turned the moment, raising her voice so all could hear. It was not the time for sorrow. On such a joyful day, with even a little guest arriving, they must provide proper hospitality. The servants bowed deeply, obeying her command. Rhea faltered, uneasy at the sudden attention. Dinner? She had not expected anything so grand. But the Duchess had already decided. She ordered new clothes to be brought for Rhea, and in the meantime instructed Dana to show her around the castle. Dana responded eagerly, happy to take Rhea by the hand. Yet within her thoughts, Rhea hesitated. She was not a guest here to be served. Dana led Rhea into her room with excitement. She announced proudly that this was her room, beckoning Rhea to come inside. Rhea's eyes widened the moment she stepped through the door. In her mind, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. A room? No. This was the size of a house. Dana hurried over and picked up a book, thrusting it into Rhea's hands. She asked her sister to read it. Rhea glanced at the cover. A fairy tale book. She asked softly if it was something Dana liked. Dana confirmed it with a bright nod and insisted that Rhea should be the one to read it. Rhea thought to herself that this was a good opportunity. With the maids nearby, if she showed she could read, perhaps they would allow her to continue attending to Dana. She agreed, telling Dana that she would read it for her. But before the story could begin, the Duchess entered the room. She asked if everything was ready. Rhea started, holding up the book, explaining that she had been about to read. Dana jumped in eagerly, declaring that the princess would read to the princess. The Duchess, however, smiled apologetically. She told Dana that the princess had to go somewhere with her mother for a little while. She asked if they could read the book afterward. Dana resisted, asking to go along. But the Duchess explained gently that today, the room needed to be decorated. If Dana and the princess were going to play together, the room was too plain as it was. Dana declared she would decorate it herself, brimming with energy. The Duchess laughed softly, agreeing to trust her. Then she turned to Rhea, asking her to step outside for a moment. She took Rhea's hand and guided her into the corridor. Rhea followed hesitantly, agreeing aloud. But in her thoughts, her heart sank. Why was she suddenly being taken somewhere alone? Could it be? Even though she had saved Dana, she was still of low birth. There was a chance she might be separated from her. The Duchess reassured her as they walked. They were almost there, she said. There was no need to worry. When they entered the chamber, Rhea froze. Someone was waiting inside. A priest greeted her kindly. He had been expecting her. He explained that Count Marietta had sent him a letter asking him to ensure her scars were treated properly. Rhea echoed the name in shock. Count Marietta? She thought it had been a passing remark, yet now she was called here directly. The priest beckoned her forward, asking to see her wounds first. Rhea obeyed. He frowned as he examined her injuries, remarking on how much it must have hurt, but he reassured her it would be over quickly and would not cause pain. He raised his hands and began to channel divine power into her body. Light surrounded his palms, yet suddenly he stopped. A troubled sound escaped his lips. The Duchess asked what was wrong. The priest admitted something was strange. His divine power wasn't working. The Duchess pressed her, asking why, demanding a reason. But he shook his head. He had no explanation. This was the first time such a thing had ever happened to him. However, he could do nothing more to treat it. Silence filled the chamber. The Duchess guided Rhea to sit with her on the couch. She spoke gently, assuring her that it would be all right. The Duke's family had a mage who specialized in healing magic. There would surely be a way. She urged Rhea not to be too disappointed. Rhea smiled faintly, thanking her, asking her not to worry. But inside her mind, unease stirred. The scars themselves did not matter. What mattered was that divine power did not work on her, someone who had been blessed at birth in the Empire. Could it be, just as the director once said, that something was wrong with her? The Duchess called her name softly. Rhea turned, answering yes. But before she could say more, the Duchess slipped something into her mouth. Sweetness spread across her tongue. Rhea blinked in surprise. Chocolate. The Duchess asked her warmly how it was. She explained it was a magical medicine that would make her feel better. She smiled, asking if Rhea felt any better now. In her mind, Rhea remembered. She remembered the kindness in her previous life was also given to her by Lucio. The way Lucio always asked, "How do you feel now? A bit better?" She wondered who Lucio had inherited such tenderness from. Rhea nodded, telling her she felt much better. She thanked her sincerely. The Duchess beamed. Good. Then, she said, it was time for a meal. Rhea agreed, following after her. In her heart, she marveled at the kindness shown to a child like herself. She was truly grateful. But when they entered the gazebo in the garden where the food is served, Rhea faltered. The grand table was set with dishes too overwhelming for her. She thought desperately that such meals were too much for her to accept. From across the table, Alan's eyes were fixed on her, staring with an intensity that pierced her where she sat. At the dining table, tension brewed when Alan noticed Rhea seated between him and Dana. He couldn't hide his anger, insisting he did not want to eat beside her. Dana, however, ignored his protest, offering food to her sister with joy, placing dishes in front of her again and again. Rhea felt her appetite fading, muttering her discomfort at the scene. Alan, frustrated, mocked her, accusing her of eating without any awareness. Dana, protective, turned sharply toward him, declaring that he should not bully her sister. The words only deepened the wound. With tears welling up, Alan shouted back that Dana didn't understand his feelings. He rose abruptly from his chair, crying, and with a breaking voice, told Dana he hated her before running away. The atmosphere grew heavy. Rhea lowered her head, apologizing to the Duchess, believing herself the reason for the young master's outburst. But the Duchess gently reassured her. She insisted the fault was not Rhea's, but her own for allowing such a situation to unfold. With a soft chuckle, she excused Alan's behavior, explaining that he was still a child, shy, sensitive, and easily flustered. She shared light-hearted secrets, how he still refused to eat vegetables, how he often fell asleep clutching a doll, and how just days ago he had embarrassed himself in childish antics. Her voice carried warmth and pride as she spoke. Rhea, silently listening, could hardly believe she was hearing such stories about the boy who would one day shock the Empire as a great sword master. The Duchess, brushing off the incident, encouraged everyone to enjoy the meal. She offered food to Rhea, but Rhea politely declined, saying she was already full. The Duchess teased lightly that Dana had eaten less than half her share, but Rhea explained that her stomach wasn't strong. Back at the orphanage, she had often starved, and today, overwhelmed by the deliciousness of the dishes, she had eaten more than usual. The Duchess, smiling, remarked that it explained why Ria's body was still so small, joking that Dana would soon catch up to her. Dana chimed in with delight, agreeing that her sister should eat more. At last, Ria gave in, saying she might have room for just a little dessert. The Duchess beamed, praising her decision and adding that dessert always had its own special place in the stomach. Together, she and Dana leaned forward eagerly, watching closely as Ria took a bite. Ria tasted the sweetness and admitted that it was delicious. The Duchess agreed with pride, claiming their chef's cakes were the finest. Dana clapped her hands, urging her sister to eat more, pushing slices toward her. Ria savored the moment. Though the cake was indeed wonderful, she realized that the true sweetness came not from the food, but from the joy of sharing it with kind people. Meanwhile, away from the laughter and warmth of the table, Alan hid in the distance, tears streaking his face. His voice trembled as he admitted to himself through sobs that he was still hungry. The next morning, the Duchess busied herself with the maids, rearranging furniture to make the room more spacious. The quiet rhythm of their work was suddenly broken by the urgent cry of a child. Dana came running, breathless, calling out to her mother. The Duchess immediately turned, alarm in her voice, asking why her daughter was in such a hurry. Dana, face pale with worry, exclaimed that Ria was sick. Not long after, the doctor stood before the Duchess, explaining the matter calmly. The girl's condition was due to fatigue, he said, and with enough rest she would recover quickly. Yet he warned her to be cautious with her meals, for her stomach was weak. The Duchess, guilt weighing her words, whispered an apology to the unconscious child, blaming herself for not being more careful. Before long, a maid announced the arrival of the chief mage. The Duchess warmly greeted Tellin as he stepped inside. He had come in answer to her summons, for healing magic was needed. With a steady voice, she explained the situation. That divine power had strangely failed, and she had called him urgently to treat Ria's wounds. Tellin inspected the girl, noting the scar, and confirmed what the Duchess feared. Divine power did not work because her mana was too pure. Such a trait, he said, could make divine blessing incompatible. He then began casting his spell. The air shimmered faintly as mana wrapped around the child, and before their eyes the scar faded, vanishing as though it had never been. The Duchess gasped in amazement, marveling at Tellin's skill, and thanked him profusely. Yet the mage did not seem finished. He asked with pointed interest where this child had been found. Days passed, and soon the Duke returned to the castle. The Duchess welcomed him tenderly, asking after his health, while he apologized for leaving her to care for the children during such a busy time. She assured him she managed well, though the orphanage affair had been heavy on them all. When he inquired about Ria, she told him the fever had subsided and that Tellin had healed her scar. The Duke found it strange. Divine power had failed, but Tellin's magic had succeeded. The Duchess explained further, looking back at the moment. Tellin had nearly shouted in excitement, claiming Ria carried an immense well of pure mana. He had been so eager to experiment and put her in the lab, but she had to insist on protecting the child's rest. The Duke listened, then asked the question weighing on his mind. Could such a child truly remain safely at Dana's side? The Duchess, thoughtful, replied that though she had not known Ria long, she seemed a good child, kind, gentle, never complaining despite illness. She even admitted she understood why Countess Marietta was so concerned, for Ria must remind her of her own childhood of suffering. But before she could say more, the Duke's instincts sharpened. He felt a presence at the door. When he opened it, there stood Ria, awake at last. The Duchess gasped, asking how long she had been there, worried she had moved too soon. The Duke, calm, invited her in, wondering what brought her here. Ria, hesitant, said she had something to tell him. The Duchess offered to step aside, giving the girl space, and Rhea bowed gratefully before sitting with the Duke. The man began first. He told her of the results from the ledger she had retrieved. Thanks to her, every noble and merchant entangled in the vile slave trade had been apprehended, and with such solid evidence, they would soon face punishment. Rhea's thoughts went immediately to her friend. She asked after Jack, the boy who had been injured. The Duke reassured her. The boy had regained consciousness, and his health was restored. He would even visit the ducal residence soon. Hearing only that, Rhea's heart tightened. Was that all there was to say about Jack? With sudden fire in her voice, she declared her belief that he would become an excellent knight. She spoke proudly of his strength, his discipline, his endurance under cruelty, his refusal to cry even when beaten. She insisted that once the Duke met him, he would understand. The man listened silently, then smiled. He told her not to worry. Everything regarding Jack had already been handled. Rhea's face lit with relief and gratitude. Then his gaze sharpened. He asked her what she wanted to do. Rhea froze, for no one had ever asked her such a thing. Tentatively, she answered. She wanted to serve Dana. The Duke pressed further, explaining what Tellin had revealed, that her mana was pure and abundant, that it gave her limitless potential. With training, she could become a mage or study anything else, and he would sponsor her. But the girl's expression clouded. She asked what would happen if she refused. Would she be sent back to the orphanage like the others? Confusion flickered across the Duke's face. She hurriedly explained herself, saying she only wished to work as a maid. It was not that she didn't value his offer. She knew it was more generous than she deserved. But being bound to a noble household went against her dream of someday living freely, and for now, her priority was Jack's safety. She spoke with conviction of her skills, how she could care for Dana, serve meals, tidy bedding, read stories, and clean diligently, just as she had done every day in the orphanage. For a moment, the Duke was silent. Then he sighed, relenting. Very well, he said. She could do as she wished. Rhea bowed deeply, happiness shining through her weariness. She thanked him with all her heart, excused herself, and returned to her room, leaving the Duke watching her departure in silence. Rhea hurried down the corridor, her thoughts heavy and tangled. Although everything had gone according to her plan, unease still clawed at her chest. She told herself she never wanted to feel the pain of depending on someone again. Lost in her own turmoil, she bumped into someone and fell to the floor. It was Alan. He questioned her immediately, demanding to know why she had come out of their father's study. His tone was sharp, full of accusation, reminding her of Dana and their mother, as if Rhea's existence alone was too much. But mid-anger, his eyes widened when he noticed just how frail and thin her arm felt in his grasp. For a brief moment, his rage faltered. He quickly shifted back, warning her not to get arrogant simply because Dana treated her kindly. He pressed further, suspicious of where she was rushing off to in such a hurry. When she hesitated, he snapped, unwilling to be dodged. Cornered, Rhea claimed she was on her way to meet a friend visiting the Duke's residence. Inwardly, she betrayed Jack to escape the questioning. Alan's expression shifted when she mentioned a friend. He seemed doubtful, almost disbelieving. But Rhea explained. This friend was someone she had known since the orphanage, someone who had even played a role in rescuing Dana. She praised his diligence and knightly character. In the middle of her words, Alan unexpectedly reached out, tucking strands of her hair behind her ear. Rhea froze in surprise, unable to hide the sudden rush of emotion at the gentle act. Alan, noticing her startled reaction, teased her for acting as though she had seen a ghost. Before she could gather herself, a voice called her name. Jack had arrived. His concern was clear as he asked if she was feeling better. Overjoyed, Rhea clasped his hand, asking after his own well-being. Jack seemed caught off guard by her sudden warmth, but admitted he was fine. Realizing she might have been too forward, Rhea quickly adjusted her tone, acknowledging how difficult it must have been for him to come here. Alan, however, intervened. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he demanded to know if this was the friend she had mentioned. The two young men locked eyes in silent hostility, the air between them growing tense. Rhea watched nervously, her mind racing. In her past life, Alan and Jack had been inseparable companions, yet here they stood as rivals. Perhaps it was only natural for boys to fight as they grew older, she reasoned. Trying to break the tension, she asked Jack why he had come, offering to guide him herself. But Alan dismissed the idea with scorn. At that moment, Taze appeared, bowing respectfully to Alan. His greeting was curtly returned with venom. Alan lashed out at him, blaming him for failing to protect Dana and accusing him of shamelessly trying to cling to the Duke's household. His words cut deep, declaring that commoners had no sense of dignity. Taze, however, bore the insult without protest. He admitted fault, accepting the criticism fully, saying it was his burden to carry. Alan's fury reached its peak. With a curse of frustration, he stormed off, leaving the others behind. Rhea's gaze lingered on him as he departed. Though his anger was harsh, she knew the truth. Alan's actions stemmed from his deep care for Dana. With that understanding, she let him go, deciding not to hold him back any further. A voice rang out, firm and sharp, calling Taze's name. It was Sid. His presence loomed heavily, his words dripping with scorn as he asked if Taze felt wronged. Rhea, watching from nearby, narrowed her eyes. In her mind, she wondered who this man was. Judging by his stature and presence, he had to be a knight. Sid continued, his tone mocking. He reminded Taze that though he was bound by his grace's will, there were limits to how much disgrace one could allow. He sneered at Taze, suggesting that losing his limbs would be more fitting than mere confinement, accusing him of shamelessness. Taze did not back down. Calm yet cutting, he admitted his failure to properly carry out his duty, but then turned the accusation back. He declared that Sid himself was in no position to be proud. The air grew tense. Sid froze for a moment, startled, before his face twisted with rage. He spat venom, furious at being talked back to, his voice rising in anger. From her hidden vantage, Rhea's thoughts quickened. Not in a position to be proud? There was weight behind those words. Could there be more to Dana's disappearance than anyone dared to say aloud? Taze, sensing the growing hostility, stepped in to stop the quarrel, reminding Sid that they were standing in front of children. Sid's response was cruel mockery. He laughed, feigning shock, claiming he was so appalled he could hardly find words. Then his eyes landed on Jack. His lips curled into a cold smile as he strode forward, pointing a finger at the boy's forehead. He taunted him, reminding Jack that he was only in the Knights by his grace's kindness and that he should abandon any foolish dreams. His future, Sid declared, would be nothing more than laundry, cleaning, and servitude, nothing more than living like a servant. Taze's voice rang out again, urgent, demanding that Sid stop. He pleaded for Jack, insisting he was just a child, but Sid only grew more venomous. He scoffed, asking how long Taze had known the boy to defend him so fiercely. He sneered that it was touching, in a pitiful way, before declaring he had no interest in wasting more words on people who didn't know their place. His contempt was palpable. Finally, with a smug smile curling his lips, Sid turned and walked away, his heavy steps echoing in the silence he left behind. After Sid's shadow finally disappeared from the hall, Taze turned back, his voice gentler, and addressed Rhea. He asked if she was all right, apologizing for letting her witness such a sight. Rhea quickly shook her head and assured him she was fine. Taze gave a faint nod and said that he and Jack needed to greet the Duke, wishing her a good day as he prepared to leave. But before he could walk away, Rhea's voice rang out, calling to him. She asked if he could explain why the vice captain acted the way he did. Taze hesitated. Then memories from the past surfaced. His words carried the weight of a confession as he spoke. He recalled the day of Dana's disappearance, how he was supposed to be her escort, as always. But that morning, the vice captain had told him he was excluded from duty. At first, he thought it was just a schedule change. Still, something gnawed at him, so he followed after the escort team, though too late. By the time he reached town, the young lady was already gone. Rhea's voice rose in outrage, declaring that it wasn't Taze's fault. She couldn't believe that the vice captain of the Lection Knights would tell such lies. Her words burned with anger, but Jack interjected. With a note of doubt, he asked Taze if perhaps he had made a mistake. Rhea froze, stunned. "Jack, what are you saying?" Taze's reply was firm. He swore there was no way he had made such an error. Then, with reluctance, he revealed more of his past. He admitted he once had been a mercenary, a soldier in the wars, and had caught his Grace's attention by uncovering enemy traps. That recognition had earned him a place among the Lexian Knights, but also the envy of the vice captain, who prided himself on being the Duke's most trusted confidant. Joining the Knights had been Taze's greatest joy, yet lately, he confessed, he questioned why he should continue. Perhaps the vice captain was right. Perhaps he wasn't fit to be an honorable knight. Rhea's anger flared. She shouted at him, calling him stupid. Her words sharper than she intended. She declared that the one unworthy of being a knight wasn't him, but that scumbag of a vice captain. Her language shocked them both. Taze blinked and muttered the word back in confusion, as though he'd never expected to hear it. Jack's eyes widened, startled by her fiery outburst. Realizing her slip, Rhea stumbled over her words, apologizing. She insisted again that the one who should feel shame was not Taze, and begged him not to speak so lowly of himself. Then, with genuine concern, she pressed him with a question. Why hadn't he told the Duke about the vice captain's deception? Taze shook his head. He admitted he hadn't wanted to cause discord. The vice captain's family had served the Duke's household for generations. If he revealed such accusations, his Grace would only be troubled. Rhea's voice softened, but her conviction remained. She told him that if he truly cared for the Duke, he should expose the truth. Keeping a schemer so close was far more dangerous. But Taze only lowered his gaze. He said there was no way anyone would believe the words of a commoner-born knight. The evidence was gone. There was nothing he could do. He asked her to understand. Rhea's shoulders lowered. She admitted she had been presumptuous, but confessed that standing before the very man who had harmed Dana had filled her with uncontrollable anger. She bowed deeply, asking forgiveness for her rudeness. Taze's voice softened again. He assured her there was no rudeness. He understood completely how she felt. Still, Rhea excused herself, saying she had matters to attend to, urging Taze and Jack to go see the Duke soon. She turned quickly, but before she could leave, Jack called her name. His tone was quiet, uncertain. She did not answer, continuing down the corridor. Taze stood there, silent, before whispering to himself in thought, an apology for being so inadequate. Meanwhile, Rhea's steps quickened, her thoughts swirling. Why is he giving up so easily? I don't understand. And Jack? Is being treated worse than a servant by the knights? Is that what it means to be a commoner? To endure humiliation while I lived in luxury at the Duke's mansion, ignorant of it all? Her fists tightened. I can't give up like this. If I leave things as they are, That man will continue to stay at Dana's side, collecting evidence of the vice captain's wrongdoings. That's the first task I must accomplish. And with that vow burning in her heart, she ran down the corridor with renewed determination. A week passed, and Rhea quietly continued her plan of gathering information about the vice captain. She busied herself helping the maids around the castle, taking on every little request without complaint. Bit by bit, her sincerity earned their trust, and slowly, pieces of valuable information came into her hands. One day, while running errands, she crossed paths with Anya, who handed her a freshly baked apple pie. Rhea accepted it gratefully, thanking Anya as always. Then, lowering her voice, she asked a question she had long been holding back. She leaned closer and whispered, asking what Anya knew about Vice Captain Valerie. From Anya, she learned about the Valerie family, a house that had played a central role in the Lexian Knights for generations. The current head, Count Valerie, was a towering figure, chairman of the Duke's Council of Elders. And Sid, raised in such a household, believing himself destined for greatness, would naturally see someone like Taze, a common-born mercenary who had suddenly risen by merit, as nothing more than a thorn in his side. Rhea clenched her fist at the thought. Worse than anything, he was Alan's swordsmanship teacher. That meant the root of Alan's foul temperament lay with him. How could a man trusted to teach behave in such a way toward Jack? Her thoughts broke off when a small voice called for its mother. Dana ran ahead, and the Duchess appeared, followed by the Duke himself. The Duchess greeted Rhea warmly, asking how she had been. Rhea welcomed her back politely, but her distracted tone didn't go unnoticed. The Duke lifted Dana high in his arms, asking her about the books she wanted him to read. Dana eagerly insisted, while the Duchess turned again to Rhea, who had been staring blankly in thought. The Duchess asked if something was troubling her. Startled, Rhea shook her head, denying it. She quickly mentioned she had been called to the training grounds and asked permission to go there. The Duchess agreed with a smile, though once Rhea hurried off, a faint suspicion lingered in her eyes. As Rhea walked the corridor, she told herself she needed to share what she had gathered with Uncle Taze and Jack. If she kept persuading Taze, perhaps he would finally see the truth. But before she could finish the thought, a harsh commotion reached her ears. 4 trainee knights surrounded Jack, voices cruel and mocking. One demanded to know who had given him permission to touch their wooden swords. Another sneered that Lord Valerie himself had said Jack was not the same as them, not fit to be a knight. Yet another jeered that no one would ever take someone like him as a disciple, except perhaps Taze, the mercenary. Then came the blow. A fist struck Jack's face, and he collapsed to the ground, pain flashing across his features. The knights circled closer, intent on teaching him a lesson. Rhea's heart pounded as she rushed toward him, calling his name. Jack looked up in shock, asking why she had come. Anger filled her voice as she said she had known this would happen. The trainees turned their sneers toward her. One mocked that another piece of trash had appeared, but Rhea's words cut sharply. She accused them of cowardice, ganging up on one boy. She demanded to know if they thought such behavior worthy of knights. Then, with scorn, she reminded them that Taze had been directly knighted by the Duke himself, even given land and title. Were they insulting the Duke now? Her accusation sent a ripple of fear through them. They stammered that they had not meant it like that, only that Taze was a commoner mercenary who killed for coin. Rhea shot back without hesitation. Was there any law forbidding commoners or mercenaries from becoming knights? Silence. They had no answer. In her mind, she knew why. Nobles had the privilege of training from childhood, while commoners struggled just to survive, robbed of the chance to pursue anything more. She stared them down with disdain. They weren't even worth a punch, she told them. If they dreamed of knighthood, they should first learn to be human. Not that they could ever keep up with Jack, anyway. The air shifted when Alan appeared at the edge of the grounds. The trainee knights rushed to him at once, tears ready, and began to complain. They cried that Rhea had insulted them, calling them unworthy of becoming Lexion's knights, saying they weren't even worth a punch, and worst of all, that they couldn't measure up to Jack, a common orphan. Rhea's eyes narrowed. Fools! Still clinging to excuses even now. Alan turned to her and demanded whether their words were true. Rhea met his gaze proudly, declaring yes. It was all true. They weren't worth her punch. The training ground fell into silence. Then Rhea's voice rang clear again. If he doubted her, she would prove it. She pointed to the biggest of the trainees and called him out. The boy hesitated, asking if she meant him. She nodded firmly. And to make it interesting, she added a condition. If she won, the young master would grant her one wish. Alan blinked in disbelief, questioning what she meant. But Rhea ignored his confusion and turned back to her opponent, asking whether he would fight barehanded or with a wooden sword. He scoffed, calling her a show-off. Jack panicked and tried to stop her, insisting he should be the one to fight. But Rhea shook her head. She would take responsibility for her words. Her opponent stared at her, incredulous, and asked again if she truly meant to fight without a weapon. Rhea said yes, that she was more comfortable barehanded. Still, she plucked something small from her hair, a young lady's hairbrush, and said she would allow herself this much. Alan blinked in disbelief, asking what on earth she was doing. She held the brush confidently, declaring that she was serious. Alan scoffed at her skinny wrists, but then his tone darkened. Grabbing his knight trainee by the ear, he bent close and warned him not to hurt her. His aura dripped with menace. The boy stammered in confusion. Alan muttered for him to use his head, then stepped back, announcing himself as referee. He ordered both into position and commanded that they stop the instant he gave the word. Rhea only smirked, telling him to stop worrying and begin already. Alan's eyes narrowed. His voice rang out across the field. Ready! Start! The trainee knight gripped his wooden sword, mocking Rhea with confidence, ready to teach her a lesson. He taunted, daring her to stand against him, then moved in to strike first. But before his blow could land, Rhea moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, she struck his face, not with a sword, but with Dana's hairbrush. Gasps filled the air. The knight fell hard to the ground, completely defeated in a single unbelievable instant. Jack and Alan stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Alan's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered that it couldn't be possible, insisting that what they saw must have been nothing more than luck. Rhea, standing firm, turned her gaze toward him. She called out to the young master, reminding him of the promise he had made. Still stunned, Alan managed only a hesitant sound of acknowledgement. But Rhea's voice carried steady conviction. She had won, and now the promise had to be kept. The next morning, Rhea slipped quietly into the back garden of the Duke's mansion. She placed her hand on the ground, and with a small surge of magic, green leaves began sprouting from the dead tree. Pleased, she declared aloud that this would be a piece of cake. In her thoughts, she reflected on how she had stumbled upon this abandoned place while running errands. Since arriving at the Duke's household, her stamina had grown stronger, and it was time to begin mana training. There was no better place than here. But her train of thought was interrupted by footsteps behind her. A voice demanded to know who she was. Turning, Rhea saw Sid. His eyes narrowed, accusing her of using the young master to lure him here. She admitted boldly that she had asked for Alan's help. Sid sneered, calling her a cunning little thing, accusing her of manipulating Dana for her own gain, and insisting she should be grateful forever. Rhea answered with sharp defiance. If that were true, she should thank him instead, because without him, she would never have met Dana. Sid was taken aback, his anger flaring as he demanded what she meant. Rhea raised her voice, confronting him with the truth she had learned, how he had lied to Sir Sadin about his guard duty being changed, gambling with Dana's safety just to push Taze aside. Sid's fury boiled over. He shouted that it was nonsense, calling her a liar, demanding whether she was trying to threaten him without evidence. She pressed harder, asking if he was claiming her words were false. He barked that yes, no one would ever believe her or Taze, not against his own standing. But Rhea countered coldly that whether anyone believed it or not was for the Duke to decide. That was when Sid's mask shattered. He called her a low-born wench, spat that she should be grateful for scraps, and seized her by the collar. His grip was violent, his face twisted in rage. And then a voice rang out, sharp, commanding. The Duchess appeared with the Duke at her side. She demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Startled, Sid released Rhea, who stumbled to the ground. Panic flooded his voice as he stammered to the Duchess that this was not what it seemed. The Duke's eyes were cold as he cut him off, telling him not to bother explaining. The Duchess hurried to Rhea, kneeling at her side, asking if she was all right. Rhea smiled faintly, assuring her she was fine. Inside, her thoughts whispered relief. Everything had gone according to plan. She remembered planting the seeds for this moment. How earlier she had casually mentioned to the Duchess that she saw fresh sprouts in the frozen back garden. The Duchess, intrigued, had agreed to take the Duke there on his walk. If her plan had failed, she had been prepared to confront the Duke directly. Now Sid, pale and desperate, fell to his knees. He begged the Duke, insisting Taze had set him up, pleading to explain. Rhea's voice cut through his lies. She revealed the truth about his purchase of the Pyrian mine, something Taze could never have known, since he had no access to the knight's budgets. Sid's eyes went wide with horror as he stammered in disbelief, demanding how she knew. At that moment, a squad of knights arrived and saluted the Duke. With grim resolve, the Duke ordered the immediate arrest of Vice Captain Valeries. He declared the punishment would be decided later. Sid cried out in terror, begging for mercy, but the knights seized him. Hidden in the shadows of a tree, Alan watched everything unfold. His heart pounded. He recalled their earlier exchange, Rhea's request for her wish. When he had asked what she wanted, she had replied that she wished to meet the vice captain. Shocked, he had questioned why she needed such a thing from his mentor. She had brushed it off, reminding him of his promise and pressing that surely the Duke's son would not go back on his word. Begrudgingly, Alan had agreed, still confused. And now, seeing the truth revealed before his eyes, his confusion deepened. He whispered to himself that he had only agreed because of the promise, but he had never expected this outcome. Sid still shouted, crying that it was all lies. The Duchess turned to the Duke, asking to take Rhea away first. The Duke agreed, and the Duchess guided the girl from the scene. As they walked, the Duchess suddenly stopped. She called Rhea's name softly, her voice stern. Without demanding details, she scolded her for acting recklessly and warned her not to repeat such behavior. Rhea bowed her head, apologizing, promising she would not worry her again. In her mind, however, she thought with relief. At least with this incident, she had lifted some of her burden, because she knew well the dark future that awaited if both the Valerie and Ellard families remained entwined. In her mind, Rhea recalled her past life. She had been taken in by her master at the age of 10, forced to prove her worth through training in stealth, martial arts, and even magic. When she first learned to read, she consumed every newspaper and guild report she could find. It was then that she discovered a dark truth. The Valerie Count family had deceived the great Ellard Duke family. She remembered the details clearly. the Valeries stood trial for embezzling funds from the Lexian Knights through Vice Captain Sid Valerie, all to increase their own wealth. Matters grew worse when diamonds were discovered in the Pyrian mine, a mine purchased with the stolen funds. Even amid bribes and underhanded dealings, the Ellard dukes struggled through the trial with great difficulty. Rhea knew that this revelation would not surface for another 2 years, but if she dealt with it early, it could save the duke's family from unnecessary turmoil. For her, this was more than strategy. It was a way to repay the kindness the Duchess and her household had shown her. Her thoughts were broken when the Duchess gently took her hands, insisting she follow. Rhea, confused, asked where they were headed, but the Duchess only smiled, urging her to come along. They soon arrived at the grand magic tower of the Eller Duchy. Rhea's eyes widened in awe at the sight. A mage approached, surprised by the Duchess's sudden visit, and hurried off to summon Tellen at her request. The Duchess explained that she had come because of Rhea, asking for treatment. Tellen arrived in a rush, overjoyed. He declared that his disciple had finally come to him, claiming he had never believed the Duke's words that she had refused apprenticeship. Rhea, startled, wondered silently if he was truly speaking about her. The Duchess quickly stopped him, clarifying the reason for their visit. Tellen's excitement faltered when he realized Rhea had not come to be his disciple, but rather for healing. Though disappointed, he agreed to help. Muttering that she always seemed to be injured whenever he saw her, he raised his hand and cast a healing spell. Warm light enveloped Rhea, and in an instant, her wounds closed. She was astonished. Holy power had failed before, and yet here, she was completely healed. Inwardly, she wondered if this was the same person who had erased her scars when she was unconscious. The mages were astonished by Rhea's abilities. They marveled at how her mana was not only vast in quantity, but also astonishing in affinity, calling it truly remarkable. With eager excitement, they presented her with a mana measurement orb, describing it as fascinating and urging her to touch it. They even offered her a meal candy, explaining that a single piece could sustain someone for 2 days, and showcased their own magical inventions with delight. Surrounded by their enthusiasm, Rhea became the center of their fascination. But Tellen quickly stepped in, reminding the others not to overwhelm the child. With a gentle change of pace, he asked if Rhea liked dolls. He explained that he had once crafted one as an experimental assistant and offered to show it to her. The laboratory where it was kept was high above, and the trip would take time. He suggested they could go together. The idea puzzled Rhea. In her mind, she wondered why they wouldn't simply use teleportation magic. Her innocent thought made the mages laugh, and Tellen called it a childlike idea. Yet, Rhea was left confused by their reaction. Tellen then explained with seriousness how difficult magic truly was. Even if one used elemental magic that suited them, it required precise control of internal mana, deep concentration, proper understanding of techniques, drawing of magic circles, and the recitation of incantations. This surprised Rhea. She had only ever learned magic differently under her master's guidance, focusing solely on efficient mana control and incantations, and casting spells directly without all those complicated steps. To her, magic had always been about simply memorizing and channeling. But Tellen firmly denied that possibility. He explained that even imperial court magicians, with all their skill, could not achieve magic with mere memorization. Such a feat, he said, was only possible for the grand magician, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Hearing this left Rhea stunned. In her mind, she couldn't accept it. If what Tellen said was true, then what did that make her master, who wielded magic so effortlessly without incantations or circles? Could it be that her master was the kind of prodigy people considered impossible? The thought unsettled her deeply. After the chaotic encounter, the Duchess led Rhea out of the magic tower. The Duchess expressed relief that Ria's treatment had been completed quickly. Ria agreed outwardly, but inside, her mind was far from at peace. She reflected quietly. The Grand Magician was known as the Grand Duke of Belus, the ruler of a powerful duchy. But her master, who had taught her magic in a way that defied all known rules, what were they truly? If Tellin's words were true, then she herself might also be considered a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet to her, that sounded impossible. Her thoughts grew heavier. She realized that, despite spending 8 years under her master's care, she did not even know their true name. Her world had always been small: the orphanage, the streets, and Terencium, a city she once believed held all the world's knowledge. She had lived certain that nothing existed beyond what she knew there, but it was only after experiencing death and rebirth that she began to understand. Perhaps everything she had once believed had been an illusion. Perhaps everything she thought she knew had been a lie. The butler approached the Duke with a calm report. The elders had all gathered in the meeting hall. The Duke acknowledged this, remarking on how the stiff old men had finally assembled, no doubt scrambling to understand the situation. Except, of course, for Chairman Valerie. With his second son, Sid Valerie, imprisoned, and the Council of Elders summoned, the Duke knew the man must be seething inside. As the Duke walked, his eyes lingered briefly on the portrait of his father. Inwardly, he reflected with bitterness. Because of his father's incompetence, the family had been forced to dance in the palm of the Council of Elders for years. To overthrow both the council and his own father, he had, at the age of 18, willingly become the Emperor's sword. On the battlefield, he earned the title of the Empire's cold-blooded demon, and with the aid of the Grand Duke of Belus and the Marquis of Diapel, he succeeded in taking the title of Duke. Yet by then, the Elder's claws had already sunk too deep into the family to be easily uprooted. And so, he had waited for the right moment. Now that the opportunity had come, he was eager to witness the expressions on their faces. The meeting hall fell silent when he arrived. At the butler's announcement that the head of the family had entered, the elders took their seats. Elder Valerie immediately rose, demanding to know why his son, Sid Valerie, the vice captain of the knights, had been imprisoned in the dungeon. The Duke's reply was sharp. He questioned how Elder Valerie even knew about something not yet officially announced, pointing out the chairman's unhealthy interest in the internal affairs of the ducal family. He remarked that the man was still as hot-tempered as ever before, ordering Taze to bring Sid in. The hall grew tense as Sid Valerie entered, bound. He faltered at the sight of his father, whispering in disbelief. Elder Valerie erupted in outrage, declaring it unthinkable to treat an honorable knight in such a way. The Duke's smirk cut through the air. An honorable knight? He demanded Sid prove it himself. Was he truly a knight who had kept his oath of chivalry? When Sid hesitated in fear, the Duke pressed again, but no answer came. Murmurs rose among the elders, wondering if the unthinkable could be true. Elder Valerie attempted to deflect, suggesting they ask the vassals instead. He reminded the room of the ordeal Lady Dana had recently faced, insisting that the responsibility lay with Taze, who had been charged with her escort. But Taze spoke firmly. On that day, he explained, the vice captain had ordered all secret escorts to stand by. Elder Valerie froze. Another knight stepped forward, confirming the testimony. Sid had declared that, since the escort was entrusted to Taze, there was no need for the others to accompany the young lady until further orders. And after she disappeared, he urged silence, claiming the Duke would be upset. The Duke laughed bitterly at such duplicity. Enraged, Elder Valerie struck his son, shouting at him on his knees. He called him a fool who dared gamble with the young lady's safety, and in the same breath disowned him. The act, he swore, had been the folly of one man alone. He begged the Duke not to doubt the loyalty of the Valerie family. The Duke's response was swift. If that was so, then what of the Valerie Count family's purchase of a mine, using funds embezzled from the Lection Knight's budget? Was that also merely Sid's personal misconduct? Elder Valerie was struck dumb. The Duke declared the verdict. From that moment forward, the Valerie Count family was stripped of its vassal status. Elder Valerie, in panic, pleaded desperately for forgiveness, begging for mercy, as guards escorted both father and son from the hall. Unmoved, the Duke announced his next plan. He would travel to the capital the following week. Before then, he would host a small banquet. Meanwhile, in the gardens, Rhea ran joyfully. To her, it felt as though spring had truly arrived. The Duchess, walking beside her, agreed that it was perfect weather for a stroll and asked how she was feeling. Rhea's reply was bright, filled with gratitude. Inside, however, she knew the Duchess had purposely brought her out, worried that the punishment of the Valerie family might have weighed on her heart. From the first day, Rhea had felt the warmth of the Duchess's presence, a presence like sunlight, offering comfort and reassurance. Yet that very warmth frightened her. She had resolved not to become bound to anyone again. If she allowed herself to remain like this, it would be no different from her past. She reminded herself to seal her heart. The Duchess later mentioned her plans. That afternoon, she would go to be fitted for a dress for the banquet. The Duke, hearing this, noted that since the Duchess suggested the banquet, they were preparing it. Once they went up to the capital, there would be fewer chances to meet with vassals, so it was necessary to hold one beforehand. The Duchess, however, questioned the need to go to the capital at all. She found it unnecessary and exhausting. Rhea froze inside. The Duchess was planning to go to the capital? Her memories came rushing back. If events unfolded as they had before, the Duchess would die there. In her first life, after marriage, the Duchess had remained in the territory to raise her children, but once she moved her residence to the capital, she died within a year. The cause was never revealed. Rumors claimed it was an illness, but Rhea knew from her own eyes that the Duchess was healthy. Could it have been mental strain, brought on by the scorn of nobles who despised her fallen noble origins? If that were so, Rhea wanted to stop her from going, but how could she? The mistress of the household could not simply withdraw from her duties. The Duchess then casually mentioned that Alan had decided to remain in his room that day. The Duke found this unusual. Alan was not the type to stay hidden indoors. Rhea, in her mind, pieced it together. Alan had been the one hiding behind the tree, shaken after discovering the truth about his trusted mentor. For him, the shock must still be heavy. The Duchess called out once more, cheerfully suggesting a cozy girls' day out. Rhea looked up and smiled, replying warmly. That afternoon, Taze introduced himself formally as the escort assigned to the Duchess and the young lady. He carefully supported the Duchess on the stairs, reminding her to be cautious, and she thanked him with grace. Turning to Rhea, he spoke again. He admitted he was both embarrassed and grateful. From their first meeting until now, he had incurred a great debt to her. He praised her as a smart and capable child, confessing he doubted she would ever need his help, yet promised that if she did, he would do anything in his power to repay her kindness. Rhea, flustered, insisted it had been nothing, but her words were interrupted as she suddenly called out to Jack, who had been hiding nearby. Taze encouraged the boy not to be shy, and Jack stepped forward with a quiet greeting. Taze proudly announced that Jack's talent was exceptional and that he had accepted him as his disciple. Though still only an apprentice knight, in a few years, Jack would be officially appointed. Rhea took Jack's hand and congratulated him warmly. Jack, his face burning, thanked her. Though when she asked why, his reply was simple. It was for making him a knight. Rhea noticed his ears flushed red. Inwardly, she thought it was not very comfortable. Jack would have become one of the Empire's 3 great knights even without her influence, though she could never tell him that. Instead, she told him earnestly that it was all his hard work and congratulated him again. Jack, still blushing, urged her to hurry into the carriage. To Rhea, at times like this, he seemed nothing more than a boy. Inside the carriage, Rhea's thoughts lit up with delight. The seats felt soft and smooth, even more luxurious than the carriage she had ridden in before. Her thoughts stopped short when the Duchess called to her, offering her snacks. One should always eat something sweet before shopping, the Duchess remarked. Gratefully, Rhea accepted. She tasted one and exclaimed at its sweetness. Her mesmerized expression made both Dana and the Duchess laugh with joy. Dana clapped and declared her unni adorable, and the Duchess echoed the same. Rhea, flustered by their remarks, tried to change the subject, pointing out that they had already arrived at the busy district. The carriage stopped, and they descended. The Duchess, assisted by Taze, stepped down first, followed by Dana. When Rhea's turn came, she thought to herself that, unlike Dana, she should be able to jump down easily, without trouble. But then, a hand appeared before her. It was Jack, extending his hand and insisting she take it. Since the step was high, Rhea accepted, thanking him as she descended. She remarked that he truly looked like a knight, calling him cool. They remained holding hands as they spoke, until suddenly Dana rushed back, biting Jack's hand fiercely where it held Rhea's. The Duchess gasped and pulled Dana away in shock. "Oh, my Dana! What are you doing?" she cried. Dana, her eyes brimming with tears, shouted that Rhea was her princess. The outburst stunned everyone present. Rhea quickly turned to Jack, alarmed at the visible bite mark on his hand, asking if he was all right. Jack assured her it did not hurt, that Dana was only a child. Yet in the distance, Dana wailed again, declaring her wish to become Rhea's knight. Rhea froze in thought. This situation did not look like it would resolve itself easily. What should she do? Then, her eyes caught sight of a cotton candy vendor nearby. In an instant, an idea sparked in her mind. That was it. Inside the elegant clothing shop, the Duchess entered with Rhea and Dana. A staff member greeted her warmly, welcoming the Duchess with respect. In Rhea's mind, it felt overwhelming. It was her first time stepping into such a professional and luxurious store. The staff politely asked if everyone would be fitted together, and the Duchess responded with excitement, insisting that they all get measured. With a cheerful tone, she declared that it was time for some fun shopping and encouraged them to pick out pretty clothes. Rhea wished Dana a good time, but then hesitation crept in. She turned to the Duchess and explained nervously that something seemed wrong. The staff, she said, kept measuring her and showing her clothes, as though she were the one shopping. The Duchess looked at her with a smile and clarified that there was no mistake. Every outfit being chosen was for Rhea herself. Rhea was stunned. The thought felt overwhelming, almost too much for her to accept. Dana then appeared, asking if Rhea was done changing. Rhea's eyes widened, taken aback by how beautiful Dana looked, and she told her so, comparing her to a fairy. Dana, in return, admired her sister's beauty as well. With that, the two agreed to sit down and rest, while the Duchess continued shopping. Just then, a loud commotion drew Rhea's attention. A young woman named Leticia was arguing with a staff member, furious that she was being denied a dress. She demanded to know why she couldn't have it, insisting she had chosen it months ago. The staff explained apologetically that since no deposit had been left, the dress could not be reserved. Leticia turned sharply, catching Rhea's gaze, and snapped at her, calling her an insolent brat for staring. Rhea flinched and tried to excuse herself, thinking silently that this was dangerous. She couldn't risk causing trouble in a place like this. Leticia's mother soon arrived, urging her daughter to stop causing a scene and leave. Leticia protested, not wanting to give up the dress, but her mother whispered firmly that the Duchess was present in the store. If they made a scandal now, their reputation would suffer before the upcoming party. Reluctantly, Leticia agreed to leave, but as she turned to go, she shot a sharp, hostile glare at Rhea, her expression filled with anger. In Rhea's thoughts, the moment lingered. She could only sigh inwardly, reflecting that young people these days were truly bold. A few days later, the grand party finally arrived. The Duchess looked at the two young girls and exclaimed with delight, marveling at how beautiful they looked, even remarking that they could pass as sisters. Rhea, unsure why she was being included in such admiration, questioned softly, but the Duchess reassured her warmly, telling her she was a precious and valuable part of the family, hoping she would never feel burdened by it. Dana then called Rhea closer, and when Rhea leaned in, the young girl clipped a pink hairpin into her hair, declaring that it suited her perfectly. Rhea, astonished by the gesture, hesitated, worried about wearing such an expensive accessory. The Duchess, however, assured her that it was perfectly fine since Dana herself had given it. In her thoughts, Rhea felt overwhelmed, standing in a beautiful dress, surrounded by kind people. It all seemed like a fleeting dream. She thanked Dana sincerely, promising to cherish the gift, while Dana happily praised how pretty her uni looked. At that moment, Alan appeared, calling out for Dana and his mother. But his eyes immediately locked onto Rhea, and upon noticing the hairpin, he froze in shock. Demanding an explanation, he interrupted Rhea before she could finish, snatched the pin from her hair, and hurled it angrily to the floor. His words lashed out, asking if she even knew what it was. The Duchess's voice rose in anger, demanding Alan apologize at once. But Alan protested, insisting that the girl didn't belong, until the Duchess sharply reminded him that Dana had placed it on Rhea herself, and that she had done nothing wrong. His anger boiled over, and he shouted that he hated her, blaming Dana for everything, claiming it was her fault for bringing Rhea into their house, before storming away. The Duchess called after him, but he vanished down the hall. Rhea's heart ached with guilt, and she immediately tried to apologize, believing the scene was her fault. The Duchess, however, took her hand gently and reassured her it wasn't so. She explained the truth. The hairpin had been Alan's recent birthday gift to Dana, and he must have misunderstood, thinking it was given away for good. She admitted fault for not noticing sooner and promised to discipline Alan properly. Rhea, still shaken, insisted she was fine and accepted the Duchess's comfort. The Duchess then suggested they head toward the banquet hall, telling Rhea to go ahead and wait while she and Dana joined later. Rhea agreed politely, yet in her heart, she couldn't help but understand Alan's outburst. His anger had come from love for his sister, and she resolved that she should apologize to him properly later. The Count's carriage rolled forward, its wheels crunching over the stone path. Inside, tension filled the air. The Count grumbled in irritation, scolding Leticia for her behavior, demanding she act properly. Leticia, sulking, protested that the dress she wore wasn't the one she wanted. The Count, growing more impatient, reminded her that appearances mattered. This was a rare opportunity. With the Valerie family disgraced and their positions under the Duke now vacant, Leticia had a chance to make a favorable impression on the Duke's youngest daughter, who happened to be of her age. If she succeeded, their family could rise once more. Leticia's mother spoke softly, mentioning that the downfall of the Valerie family stemmed from a single word of the young maid that the Duke's daughter treasured. The Count dismissed the thought with disdain, claiming it was only an excuse. He insisted that the Duke had always disliked Count Valerie and mocked the rumors that the Duchess favored the child. Patronage for a maid with no education? To him, it was nonsense. In her thoughts, Leticia smirked. Among her peers, it was already well known. The prickly youngest princess had grown overly attached to a mere maid. Yet to her, it didn't matter. This time, she vowed she would win the young lady's heart. The party began to swell with important arrivals. Baron Jude was among the first to be announced, and the hall grew lively with murmurs. The Count leaned toward Leticia once more, commanding her to do well. She retorted with confidence, saying she didn't need to be reminded. But then her eyes darted across the room and widened. There it was, the dress she had longed for, worn by none other than the girl standing beneath the chandelier. Leticia moved quickly, calling out with a smile, addressing the young lady before her. Rhea turned her head in surprise and asked calmly if she was the one being addressed. Leticia confirmed and, with polite curiosity, inquired about Rhea's family. Inside, Rhea's thoughts stirred. The girl before her, wasn't she the same one she had seen at the boutique that day? If Leticia was calling her young lady, then perhaps she didn't remember. Deciding she should adjust her speech to be more formal, Rhea began to introduce herself. But before she could finish, the herald's voice rang across the grand hall, announcing the arrival of the Duke and Duchess. The music shifted, the atmosphere stilled, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. Rhea's words fell silent, leaving the air charged with anticipation. The banquet in the grand garden glowed with lantern light and soft music as nobles bowed deeply when the Duke and Duchess arrived, Dana and Alan walking gracefully at their side. Greetings filled the air, one voice after another calling out their honorifics. Among the crowd, Rhea's eyes softened when she saw Dana holding herself together, not shedding a single tear. But before she could linger on that thought, Leticia's gaze fixed on her. The girl called out sharply, reminding Rhea that their earlier conversation was not finished. She demanded Rhea's attention, accusing her of rudeness for looking elsewhere. Rhea, startled, protested weakly, for the Duke and Duchess had only just made their entrance. But Leticia pressed on, insisting that since she had been the first to request a conversation, Rhea should answer her before anyone else. Rhea hesitated, fumbling for words, only for Dana to rush into her arms, throwing herself against her in unrestrained joy. "Sister, I missed you." Clinging tightly, Rhea tried to calm her, whispering that others were watching, but Dana only confessed she had been staring at her from across the garden the whole time. Leticia, her eyes narrowing, addressed Dana with cold formality, questioning why she would care so much for someone as insignificant as Rhea. Dana bristled, her little hand pointing straight at Leticia. Her voice, sharp with anger, rang out. "Why are you bothering my sister, you fool?" Gasps and murmurs rippled through the nobles nearby. A commotion had begun to stir. Rhea's heart raced. She knew this was bad. Quickly, she insisted to Dana that she was fine. Nothing had happened at all. Dana pouted, insisting Leticia had glared at her sister meanly. Rhea coaxed her gently, urging her to believe she must have seen wrong, and guided her away from the crowd. Leticia stood frozen, her face burning in shock, and in her thoughts, her anger twisted darkly. That insolent child. I won't let this slide. Away from the crowd, Dinah puffed up her chest and declared her role proudly. She wanted to protect her sister, and she hated people who were mean to her. She would scold them because she was her sister's knight. Rhea laughed softly, eyes warm. She told Dana she had already protected her, recalling how Dana had stood before her earlier, blocking the way with courage, and that moment had looked so brave, so cool. Dana's eyes widened in awe. Really? Was Dana that cool? Rhea nodded firmly but urged her not to stay angry. Instead, she offered a gentler reward. Dana must be hungry after all that effort. She would fetch some food, so Dana should sit and wait. Dana beamed, agreeing eagerly. As Dana settled down, Rhea's thoughts lingered tenderly on her, small and lovable. Could there be another warrior as amazing as her? You even skipped a meal to come to me. I'll bring you something delicious right away. At the banquet table, Rhea's eyes widened at the dazzling spread. So many delicacies, cakes, fruit, and at the center, a fountain of chocolate, flowing like a dream. A chocolate paradise, she thought, almost dizzy. Noble parties were far too extravagant. She didn't even know what to pick first. But then, whispers floated at her back. Is that the child the young lady brought? She's not even pretty. And those clothes, just copying the young lady's style. Why would she bring someone like her? Rhea gripped her plate tighter, whispering to herself in her mind. Ignore them. It's only natural they talk about me. I don't belong here. What matters is... Her breath caught. Alan. He had stepped into the garden, not with the Duchess as expected, but alone, scanning the crowd. Why is he here? If we meet, there will be no apology, only more trouble. I must hurry back to Dana. But before she could move, a hard shove sent her sprawling forward. The plate slipped from her hands and crashed to the grass. Her knees scraped the ground, her dress, the one gifted by the madam, stained and ruined. Ah, the dress. It's dirty. Gasps swept the garden. The Duchess, alarmed, rushed forward. What is all this commotion? Her eyes fell on Rhea. Rhea! What happened? Are you hurt? Rhea shook her head quickly. Thank you for your concern, Duchess. I'm fine. But the Duchess pressed again, troubled. Are you really okay, Rhea? Inside, Rhea's thoughts tangled. Someone pushed me. It must have been a noble's child. But if I make a fuss, it will only escalate. I cannot cause trouble for the Duke's family over this. I should let it go. Yet whispers began to hiss through the crowd. As expected of a lowborn, manners show no matter the clothes. To cause such a scene at a banquet, how shameful! And then, Alan's voice rang out clear and sharp. He strode into the circle, raising his hand to point. That person pushed Rhea. His finger leveled directly at Leticia. The garden fell into silence. Leticia's eyes widened. Young master, what are you talking about? I would never push a mere maid. I swear I didn't do such a thing. Alan's jaw tightened. What? You dare deny it when I saw it with my own eyes? Everyone saw her push Rhea, didn't you? His voice roared across the garden. But before the crowd could answer, the Duke himself stepped forward, his presence silencing all. Why is no one asking the person involved? There is no point in third parties arguing. Rhea, were you pushed by someone, or did you fall on your own? All eyes turned to her. Rhea swallowed, then spoke firmly. I didn't fall on my own. Someone definitely pushed me. Alan's voice shot back instantly, his hand still pointing. See? I told you. That child pushed her. Leticia's voice cracked. I really didn't. I didn't even go near her. The Duke's voice cut through the air. Rhea, did you see the face of the one who pushed you? Rhea lowered her eyes. No, I did not. A sly smile curved across Leticia's lips. Perfect. She didn't see, and no one else will side with a maid. If I play pitiful, this will... Her thought froze as Rhea lifted her head. However, I have proof. When I was falling, I instinctively grabbed the one who pushed me. This is the torn piece of fabric I caught. She held up lace in her hand. Gasps exploded around them. That's, one noble cried, that's lace from Lady Leticia's dress. Leticia's face drained of color. Alan's voice pressed the knife deeper. You said you didn't even go near her. Then how did Rhea end up tearing your dress? Leticia stammered, words tripping. That's... Her father rushed forward, his face pale. Leticia, what on earth is going on? You've caused a commotion and embarrassed the Duke. The Duke's voice cut cold. Baron Jude, since your daughter disturbed the banquet, you must take responsibility. Your Excellency, that's not... The Baron tried, but the matter was already sealed. Alan bent, extending his hand to Rhea. Rhea, stand. His eyes burned as he turned to Leticia. She belongs to Dana. She is not someone you can trample as you please. Leticia broke. I'm sorry, she cried, and fled into the garden, ignoring her parents' desperate calls. Alan's voice chased after her. Don't forget to compensate for the dress. It was a matching one with Dana. The Duchess turned back to Rhea, her voice soft with worry. Rhea, are you okay? Rhea, trembling, bowed her head. I'm sorry, madam. I spoiled the dress. I'm so sorry. Tears streamed as she spoke. The Duchess knelt, wiping her cheeks. Rhea, it's okay. There is nothing for you to apologize for. It isn't your fault. We can always buy another dress. Before more could be said, Dana burst through the crowd, throwing herself at Rhea and hugging her tightly. Sister, are you okay? Bad. They bullied their sister. Let's go buy a new dress. It's all dirty. The Duchess laughed warmly at the child's earnestness. Yes, we'll buy another one. Rhea stroked Dana's hair, her tears turning to a gentle smile. All right. Thank you for worrying about me, Dana. And in her heart, her vow was set. That's right. I won't live as a pushover in this life. From now on, I won't cower or endure unfairness in silence. Not for myself, but for these people who care about me. The night after the banquet, when the noise and tension had finally passed, Rhea sat alone in her room. She let out a long breath, murmuring that at last she felt like she could breathe again. In her mind, she replayed the evening, the commotion, the accusations, the torn lace that exposed the truth. It could have ended differently if Alan and the Duke had not stood by her. Even with solid proof, the words of a maid would have been dismissed. Power and wealth held the weight of truth in noble society. Quietly, she resolved that once they reached the capital, she would begin earning on her own, properly this time. Her thoughts were interrupted when the door creaked open. She startled, only to see Alan standing in the doorway. She asked why he was there, but the boy only gave a short command, to follow him. Without explanation, Alan led her to another room where a table had been laid out with food. Rhea froze, surprised at the sight. Alan ordered her to eat. She blinked, uncertain of his intention, but her stomach reminded her she hadn't eaten since morning. She thanked him and began her meal. The sweetness of the cake melted on her tongue, delighting her. It was then that Alan spoke again, softly but firmly. I'm sorry. Rhea lifted her head in shock, uncertain she had heard correctly. But Alan continued. He apologized for his anger before, for his harsh words. He admitted he had heard everything from his mother, how Rhea had protected Dana, how she had acted with no thought of gain. He confessed that his own grief and fears had twisted into resentment, and he had unfairly lashed out at her. It was all my fault, he admitted. Rhea told him she was grateful instead for his defense of her at the banquet. Alan's voice grew sharper then. That was only natural. You were wronged. I could never stand by and ignore injustice. Rhea smiled. calling him cool and asking him not to frown. She told him it was a waste for someone so handsome to scowl. That caught Alan off guard. He sputtered, asking how she could say such a thing without embarrassment. But when she calmly replied that it was simply the truth, he faltered, before puffing up and agreeing, "Well, yes, I am handsome." Rhea nodded. "Yes, you are handsome." He smirked and shot back. "And you're ugly. I only gave you a compliment." Despite his words, Rhea thought to herself that it was a surprisingly good way to end such a hectic day. Time passed. The year turned, and Rhea reached 9 years of age while Alan and Jack turned 11. The preparations for the journey to the capital advanced smoothly. Rhea spent peaceful days welcoming the new year alongside Dana. But soon, a new test appeared. In the Duke's study, Baron Bardo, physician to the Duke himself, examined her with curious eyes. He asked if she was the child who had discovered splacia. Rhea froze. What kind of situation was this? Baron Bardo introduced herself with dignity. She was the famed physician of House Bardo, a woman whose skill had surpassed even her siblings. Rhea thought, stunned, that she had not expected such a figure to appear without warning. The Baron questioned her. How had she known it was splacia? Rhea explained calmly. The stem, the fine, bristle-like hairs, the veins on the leaves shaped like a spider's web. Those details distinguished it from a common weed. Baron Bardo's eyes glowed. She murmured that, indeed, this was the defining trait. Other physicians gasped. They had never thought they would see such a rare herb. One suggested that research with mages should begin immediately. Relieved, Rhea thought to herself that at least they recognized its value. The questioning continued. Had she seen any other rare herbs? Would she consider studying medicine or pharmacology? Rhea felt the weight of familiarity, a path she had walked before. But the Duke ended it with a sharp command. Enough. The research would begin now. The physicians bowed and withdrew. When silence returned, the Duke regarded Rhea steadily. "As I thought, you must be a bringer of fortune." Confused, Rhea replied, but he continued. His wife had said it first. Fortune had entered their household. Rhea thought bitterly that if she were truly fortunate, she would not have suffered as she had. Yet the Duke went on. The herb she had found would not only bring wealth, but also renown. If cultivation succeeded, remedies bearing the name of House Ellard would be sold across the empire. And for her role, she would be rewarded. "Tell me," he said, "what would you like?" Shocked, Rhea asked if he was serious. He assured her she would naturally receive her portion, and, as he had promised before, anything she wished to learn would be granted. Rhea's answer burst out at once. "I do have something I need!" The next morning, standing before her mirror, she twirled happily. At last, she was wearing her own maid's uniform. She remembered the moment of her request, how she had told the Duke that the only thing she wanted was a proper maid uniform. The butler had always claimed none were in her size, leaving her to work in expensive dresses. The Duke had looked at her, half bewildered, half amused, at such a small reward for something so grand. But to Rhea, it was no small thing. She loved it. The uniform fit her perfectly, and she had spares, too. No need to worry about dirt or damage. Beaming, she straightened her collar. "All right, then," she whispered to herself. "Let's get going. The day has finally come. The day we leave for the capital." Outside in the garden, Alan and Jack spoke casually. After only a few sparring matches, the two seemed to have grown unexpectedly close. Alan expressed his surprise, noting that Rhea used to be quiet and well-behaved. Jack admitted he did not know her well either, explaining that they had lived in the same orphanage for years but were never close, not even friends. Alan thought to himself, so why did she specially ask Father to put Jack in the night order? His muttered suspicion followed. Is it the face, after all? At that very moment, Rhea appeared right beside him, repeating his last words. His face. Alan jumped back in shock, blurting out his fear and accusing her of scaring him. Rhea quickly apologized, insisting she hadn't meant to surprise him. Their commotion drew the Duke, who demanded to know if they were ready to leave for the capital. Dana, upset at his tone, shouted angrily that he should not yell at her sister. The Duke brushed past the protest, ordering everyone to depart immediately and board the carriage. Rhea, uncertain, attempted to excuse herself, explaining she would ride with the servants' carriage. The Duke cut her off sharply. "You're coming with us," she stammered in protest, caught between obedience and hesitation. The Duchess intervened gently, reminding Rhea that Dana would cry endlessly if she were left behind. Dana confirmed it without hesitation. "Yup, I'll cry and cry." With no choice, Rhea accepted and apologized politely for the intrusion, only for the Duchess to reassure her warmly that no apology was needed. And so, the order was given. Then, we shall depart. Inside the carriage, Rhea's thoughts wandered. Once we arrive in the capital, the Duke said he would assign me a vault in my name and an investment manager. After some time, I will probably start receiving the splacia allowance too. It isn't what I originally planned, but this means I now have a continuing connection with the LR Duchy. Still, since I'm not being bound to their house, it should be okay. Alan, however, broke the silence with an insult. "Hey, ugly. A person's face isn't everything. Since you didn't seem to know, I'll kindly inform you myself." Rhea could only think bitterly to herself, "What? This trip to the capital is off to an unusual start." The carriage pressed on through the day. When they finally arrived, night had already fallen. The rain poured steadily as the Duke's household reached their residence in the capital, the dark sky swallowing the grand estate in a curtain of storm. Inside the Duke's residence, the Duchess spoke gracefully, her voice warm, as she asked if everyone had been well. The butler responded with respect, assuring her that all was fine. She greeted him fondly, remarking that it had been so while, and asked whether anything had happened in her absence. When the butler inquired about the Duke, she explained that he had gone to the palace first, called away by urgent matters. Rhea's eyes wandered across the hall, and in her thoughts a chill stirred. What is this? I feel an intense hostility from that woman. Is it just my imagination? The headmaid stepped forward, her tone sharp but polite, addressing Dana with a forced smile. She introduced herself as Helen, the headmaid, and commented on how much Dana resembled her father. But before she could finish her words, Dana burst into tears and clung tightly to Rhea. The Duchess, startled, hurried toward them, noting how unusual it was for Dana to cry without reason. She ordered Alan to take Dana upstairs, and Alan complied gently, coaxing her away. The butler offered to guide them to their rooms. Rhea tried to follow, but the Duchess caught her arm. She turned with a soft smile and introduced Rhea to Helen. "This child is Rhea," she said warmly. "She serves Lady Dana." Rhea bowed politely. "Hello, my name is Rhea. I serve Lady Dana." The maids behind Helen whispered among themselves, their gossip flowing like poison. "Who is that girl using teleportation to come with the madam? She's dressed like a maid. Did you see the young lady hugging her earlier?" Rhea's thoughts grew heavy. Ah, this again. Just like the day I followed Master to the guild, when the members of Terentium suddenly became wary of me. The girl Master had brought along. What followed was nothing but awkward and upsetting. It will be the same this time. I can no longer draw any attention. While staying at the Duke's mansion, I should only show enough cleverness to stay by Dana's side. The Duchess continued, explaining that she had sent a message ahead of time, asking that a room next door to Dana's be prepared since her daughter liked Rhea so much. Helen's answer was cold. Madam, that is against the rules. Pardon? How can a maid stay in the main building, let alone in the room next to the young lady? We have prepared a room in the maid's quarters. She should stay there. The Duchess objected, reminding her that Dana would keep looking for Rhea. Helen's answer was cruel. Then place a chair in the hallway so she can serve even at night. The Duchess's tone sharpened, disbelief in her voice, but Rhea quickly stepped in. Madam, it's okay. I'm already very thankful just to be given a guest room. Her thoughts whispered quietly to herself. The headmaid's hostility isn't good. I can't let this escalate further. The Duchess looked reluctant, but finally gave in. Okay, Rhea, let's do as the headmaid says this time. Please, show her to the room. Helen's lips curled into a dark, satisfied smile. Yes, madam. Days passed. Rhea cleaned the tall windows, her reflection faint in the glass. It's already been a week since we arrived in the capital. Her thoughts lingered on the rhythms of the household. The Duke was busy with his duties as deputy commander, often absent at the palace. The Duchess was consumed with social gatherings, constantly invited by noble ladies. Surprisingly, the head maid had been unwavering in her support of the Duchess, assisting her both materially and emotionally. Of course, she never failed to nag about rules and etiquette. Contrary to Rhea's initial concerns, what she should truly have been worried about revealed itself soon enough. Her thoughts halted when 3 maids approached, eyes sharp with mischief. Hey, are you Rhea? One asked. I heard the young lady really dotes on you. You even had meals with her, and even tried to share the same room with her? Gosh, no matter how much she likes you, you should know your place. I heard you're an orphan, so consider it an honor to work in the duchy. The other 2 chimed in mockingly. Yeah, do you think it's easy to get a job here without a letter of recommendation? Rhea's mind hardened. Picking on a mere 9-year-old. Aren't they ashamed? She responded with a calm smile. Yes, that's right. I'm deeply honored to be able to work in the duchy. The maid's eyes widened. What? So I'll do my best, Rhea answered brightly, her cheerfulness catching them off guard. The lead maid sneered. Well, at least you understand what you're told. Rhea kept her thoughts steady. There's no need to respond to provocations from little kids like them. Another jab came. By the way, are you just playing around after cleaning one window? There's a pile of laundry at the dorm. Start with that. Rhea nodded politely. Yes, understood. She hurried away, light on her feet. Inside, she let out a sigh of relief. That ended quicker than I thought. What a relief. I'm used to this level of bullying. In the quiet maid's quarters, the sudden appearance of a knight startled the women. They whispered among themselves, curious why he had come. Moments earlier, Jack had approached one of them with a question. He wanted to know where Rhea was. The maid pressed him for a reason, but when he refused to explain, she finally directed him to the washing area. At that moment, Rhea was there, her hands wet and tired as she scrubbed through piles of laundry. She murmured to herself that there was more work than expected, but she was nearly finished. Suddenly, her hand was seized. Startled, she turned and found Jack standing before her. Shock filled her voice as she said his name. Jack demanded to know what she was doing there, his words heavy with frustration. He reminded her that several days had passed since he arrived in the capital, yet she had not come to see him nor sent any word. Even young Master Allen had mentioned he hadn't seen her around. Jack pressed her. Had Allen truly said nothing? Rhea, caught off guard, admitted that the young master had simply been too busy, making it hard to run into him. But before more could be said, the nearby maids began whispering to each other, their curious eyes fixed on the pair. To them, the sight of a knight speaking privately with a maid was more than enough fuel for gossip. Rhea's thoughts raced in panic. She knew how quickly rumors spread among young maids, and this was exactly the kind of talk they loved most. Trying to break the tension, Rhea forced a polite smile, saying it was good to see Jack again, though she insisted she was busy. Jack's gaze darkened as he looked around at the laundry, incredulous that she was doing such work all alone. He reminded her she was supposed to attend to the young lady, not be buried in chores like this. Rhea brushed it off, explaining that she only did these tasks when she had time and was not always required at the young lady's side. Just then, a voice called out for her, another maid reminding her that she had tea time scheduled with the young lady and must hurry. Rhea hesitated, glancing at the unfinished laundry. Jack offered his help, noting she looked rushed, but she quickly refused, urging him to return to his own duties. Before he could argue further, one of the maids stepped in and offered to finish the work for her. She insisted that they all had to help each other out and urged Rhea to hurry before the young lady grew impatient. Relieved, Rhea accepted, thanking her sincerely before excusing herself. She gave Jack a quick farewell and ran off. Jack reached out, calling after her to wait, but his voice was drowned out by the rustle of the maids. One of them tugged at his sleeve, trying to keep him near. She asked, in a soft, almost teasing tone, if he might lend her a hand with the heavy laundry. Jack's eyes hardened as he looked at her. With sharp words, he pointed out that Rhea was younger and smaller than her, yet had managed this task alone. Surely she could handle it herself as well. The maid froze, stunned at the cold reply. Her protest lingered in the air, but Jack was already walking away, his thoughts elsewhere, chasing after the fleeting shadow of Rhea. As Rhea walked alone through the quiet corridor, her thoughts drifted toward Jack. She noted how quickly he had become popular, even with an age gap between him and the maids. His calm, mature air drew people in, and she mused that it was hardly surprising. Later, she knew, he would be admired not only by the servants, but also by noble ladies and women of high society. And despite the constant attention, he would never be caught in a single scandal until the day he swore his knight's oath to Dana. The thought warmed her heart. It was romantic, she told herself, that someone so admired would only have eyes for one person. But as the words left her lips, a voice cut in. Alan appeared suddenly, catching the single word romantic. Startled, Rhea stammered as Alan pressed her with questions. He insisted that he hadn't come to see her, only Dana, only to share meals with his sister, since she had been so busy lately. He excused himself quickly, leaving Rhea with the strange feeling that he was dodging her earlier remark. She reminded herself to focus on Dana instead, and hurried toward the young lady's chamber. Inside, Dana rushed forward, calling Rhea her sister with pure delight. Rhea knelt and asked if the young girl had been well, and Dana proudly recited everything she had learned. Letters, drawings, greetings. Rhea praised her, relieved to hear she was adjusting well to her lessons. The warmth of their moment was interrupted by the arrival of the Duchess, who entered with a soft smile. She said she had made time to join them, though she still had duties waiting. A moment later, Helen arrived carrying a stack of documents and invitations, reminding the Duchess of all the pressing matters that required attention. The Duchess waved it aside and urged the two girls to enjoy their tea. Ria's eyes fell on the cups. Black tea. She knew Dana would dislike the taste. Sure enough, the young girl asked for cocoa. Helen, with a sharp tone, rebuked her, saying she could not expect to drink cocoa like a child at the salon the next day. That single word startled the Duchess, who demanded to know what Helen was talking about. Helen calmly explained that she had already arranged for Dana to attend, claiming noble girls needed to start building relationships early. The Duchess objected, saying Dana was still too young. But Helen pressed harder. She argued that Dana, as the daughter of a ducal house, must become the flower of high society, not a laughingstock. Dana tried to interject, saying she could go if her sister accompanied her, but Helen swiftly dismissed the idea. She brought forward another maid, Sophie, whom she introduced as Dana's new attendant for the salon. The Duchess bristled, warning Helen that she was overstepping. Yet Helen persisted, speaking as though she knew the capital society better than anyone else. She dismissed Ria as far too young, too inexperienced, and unfit for such an important task. The Duchess defended her gently, praising Ria's intelligence. But Helen cut in again, pointing out that Ria was not even 10 years old. The weight of her words pressed heavily in the room. Ria could see the hesitation in the Duchess's face. The Duchess feared that her inexperience might ruin Dana's chances in society, and Helen's authority as head maid left little room for argument. Unable to remain silent, Ria rose. She bowed politely and excused herself, acknowledging both the Duchess and Helen. Turning to Dana, she encouraged her to listen well to her lessons and prepare. Dana cried out for her not to leave, but Ria forced a gentle smile and walked away. The next day, Dana stood before the carriage in a lovely dress, looking prettier than usual. But as Ria watched proudly, the young lady's face crumpled into tears. She refused to go without her sister. The maids scolded her, pleading with her to behave, but Dana clung stubbornly to her demand. Only when Ria knelt and promised that upon her return, they would read fairy tales and play dolls together did Dana relent. With a sniffle and a brave nod, she climbed into the carriage. Before leaving, she waved, calling back that she would return soon. Ria smiled and wished her a safe trip. Alan, standing nearby, broke the quiet with a mocking remark, calling Ria a brat. Ria thought to herself that if Dana had been there, she surely would have bitten him. Alan then ordered her to bring snacks to the training grounds later, not just send them, but deliver them personally. Grumbling under her breath, she agreed. In the distance, Helen watched, her cold gaze sharp as a knife, her displeasure thick in the air. At the training grounds, Jack noticed Alan staring at him oddly. He asked what it was about. Alan responded bluntly, saying Ria liked good-looking men. Jack blinked in confusion until Alan pressed further, pointing out that Ria had called him handsome before. Jack, flustered, admitted that she had indeed said the same to him once. Alan smirked at the revelation, though his words dripped with sarcasm. Just then, Ria arrived with the promised snacks. Jack immediately offered to help her carry them, scolding her gently for doing it all alone. She laughed it off, hiding the truth of how she had struggled to turn away the other maids who insisted on helping. She presented the food, addressing Alan politely, but found him glaring as if suspecting something. His sharp accusation followed. Were she and Jack close in that way? Ria recoiled, horrified at his words. She vehemently denied it, swearing there was no chance, no possibility, no way such a thing could ever be true. She turned desperately to Jack for agreement, but Jack, cheeks red and heart pounding, found himself unable to speak at all. Ria watched Jack closely, noticing the strange look on his face. His expression seemed tight, troubled, as though the playful banter with Alan had left a wound deeper than the one on his cheek. She asked softly if he was upset, reminding him that the young master often spoke carelessly, only to tease. Alan, brushing aside the moment, demanded the basket from Jack, thrust a drink into his hand, and called for another spar. Jack agreed, vowing not to go easy. Alan ordered Rhea to sit aside with the snacks, and though confused by the sudden tension between them, she obeyed. The afternoon wore on until the training ended. Alan left first, tossing thanks over his shoulder, while Jack remained behind to clean the grounds. Rhea approached, finding him still tidying and complaining lightly that Alan always left the tedious work to others. She smiled, agreeing, but her attention shifted when she spotted the scrape on his face. Reaching out instinctively to check, her hand was slapped gently away. She froze, startled by the rejection. Then Jack spoke, asking her suddenly if she liked Alan. Her eyes widened in shock. She stammered at his meaning, but he clarified without hesitation. Was she interested in the young master, romantically? Rhea cut him off quickly, almost laughing at the absurdity. To her, Alan was nothing more than a younger brother. Jack blinked at her words in disbelief, pointing out that Alan was older. Rhea waved it off, saying age didn't matter. Alan behaved like a child, and she'd even heard from the Duchess that he still clutched a doll when he slept. Jack muttered that it was unnecessary information, then steadied himself, his voice quieter this time. What about him? Did she see him the same way? Rhea tilted her head. You? What about you? She asked. His voice firmed as he pressed the question. Did she see him as a little brother too? She shook her head. No. You're a friend. Relief softened his face, and he allowed a small smile, saying that was enough. Rhea, watching him, realized what he was worried about. He feared she might be hurt one day, that her closeness with Alan would crash against the walls of social status. Such thoughts were heavy for someone his age. He was thoughtful, more thoughtful than anyone gave him credit for. She wanted to ease his mind, but before she could speak again, a maid arrived, breathless, saying the young lady had returned from the salon. Rhea lit up immediately and rushed off, calling over her shoulder for Jack to see the infirmary. Jack tried to stop her, but she was already gone. In the Duchess's chambers, Dana slept soundly, exhausted from her day. Rhea stood beside her, whispering that she looked like a baby angel. Alan, standing at her shoulder, agreed hastily, though he flustered when Rhea raised an eyebrow, insisting he was only admiring his sister. The Duchess then turned to Rhea, saying she had something to give her. It was a letter. Rhea blinked as she read the name. Countess Marietta. Her heart stirred. She had not expected anything, not after so long. The Duchess apologized for opening it first, explaining that the sender had addressed it to her instead, assuming Rhea could not read. But the words inside flowed clearly as Rhea unfolded the parchment. Bianca's handwriting greeted her warmly. She said she was glad to hear Rhea was safe at the Ellard Duchy, glad that her scars had healed. She wished she could see Rhea herself, just to confirm it. Then, in her own way, the Countess filled the letter with praises of her homeland. She described Duke Belus, said to be the greatest archmage on the continent. She praised the air, so handsome it made the eyes open anew. She painted the sea beneath the castle walls with such beauty that Rhea could almost see it herself. Though it was little more than patriotism and loyalty, the letter moved Rhea deeply. The delicate strokes of the handwriting, the thought of someone remembering her enough to send it, it was overwhelming. She decided at once that when she returned, she would preserve the letter with magic and keep it as a family treasure. Alan broke her reverie, tilting his head and asking when she had even learned to read. He remarked that the orphanage had not taught such things, and that even Jack had been surprised by her ability. Rhea explained sheepishly that an older girl used to visit the orphanage often. While the boys played outside, that sister had sat with her patiently, teaching her words and letters. Alan seemed unconvinced, but before he could push further, the Duchess spoke. She looked at Rhea with quiet seriousness, then asked a question that caught her entirely off guard. Would Rhea like to go to the Duchy of Belus? The afternoon air felt heavy with unspoken thoughts after Rhea had finished reading the letter. She admitted aloud that it had stirred her curiosity. The Duchess responded carefully, describing the Duchy of Belus as a wonderful place, but her tone hinted at hesitation. Sensing this, Rhea asked directly if the Duchess had ever been there. The Duchess admitted she had, though her words trailed with a hint of reluctance. Alan, eager to join the conversation, proudly declared that he, too, had been to Belus and remembered how amazing it was, but the Duchess quickly dismissed his claim, reminding him he had only gone once at the age of 2. She accused him of bluffing, and he pouted in frustration, muttering under his breath that he hated her. With a soft sigh, the Duchess turned back to Rhea, telling her it was late and she should return to her room. As Rhea left, the Duchess murmured to herself, wondering how that child would eventually answer. Days later, after receiving Bianca's letter, Rhea found herself assisting Viscount Bardot. He was grateful, thanking her sincerely for helping resolve urgent matters, and handed her what she had requested. Though he suggested she could have asked for something greater, she assured him that this was all she needed. Grateful, she left with polite words, though her mind remained restless. She remembered the moment she had asked the Viscount about the splacia plant. The progress had been painfully slow. Even the one root she had once discovered had failed to grow further. The Viscount confessed it was a miracle she had found even that much, for without a fully developed root, their research could not advance. Rhea had felt the weight of disappointment. If even the Duke's doctors and mages struggled, perhaps they still had no true idea of how to unlock the herb's potential. Her thoughts were interrupted when Dana appeared suddenly, throwing herself into Rhea's arms. The little girl had missed her dearly and handed her a gift, a drawing. Rhea looked at it in surprise, recognizing the fairy tale princess the young lady adored. Dana insisted she had drawn it for Rhea because to her, Rhea was a princess. Rhea's heart swelled with gratitude and disbelief, touched by the pure sincerity. A maid approached, smiling at the bond between the two. She mentioned how Dana had spoken of Rhea at the salon, boasting of her beauty before noble ladies who had all grown curious about her. Rhea was startled, realizing she hadn't known Dana had done this. Though proud, she felt a flush of embarrassment. The maid continued, saying the young lady often claimed Rhea was the prettiest in the world, but her tone carried a shade of condescension, and Rhea felt the sting of humiliation hidden beneath the compliment. Dana noticed her sister's expression and worriedly asked what was wrong. The maid quickly covered her slip with flattery, praising Dana's wisdom and grace, claiming she valued inner beauty over outward appearances. Alan, however, broke the fragile moment with sharp words. He accused the maid of mocking Rhea by calling her pretty, insisting she had meant the opposite. Dana flared in anger, shouting back that Rhea truly was the most beautiful girl in the world. The maid panicked, denying the accusation, but Alan would not relent. He ordered the butler forward, commanding that the maid be dismissed immediately. The woman fell to her knees, begging forgiveness, but Alan's voice was cold. There would be no mercy. He ordered her to leave the mansion at once, warning that if she was seen again, others would also bear punishment. Without another glance, Alan told Dana and Rhea to follow him. Rhea, stunned, realized that in that moment she had stepped under the young master's protection. But she did not yet understand how that choice would alter the eyes of the servants who watched her from the shadows. The knight's quarters buzzed faintly with the sounds of steel clashing in practice. But outside, Jack stood waiting alone until Rhea's voice called him over. Surprised, he admitted he thought it was a joke at first. After all, she had never once sought him out like this. Rhea, holding out a small package, revealed her reason. It was a gift, a special ointment crafted by Baroness Bardot herself, capable of healing scrapes overnight and mending deeper wounds in just days. She added that next time, the Baroness planned to make something even stronger for energy and growth. Jack looked at her, his voice soft yet edged with pride, asking if he still seemed that weak to her. Rhea was caught off guard, insisting she knew better than anyone how skilled he was. But Jack only thanked her and promised to use the ointment well. She reminded him not to overdo his training, but when she tried to leave, he offered to walk her back. She declined, but his concern lingered. He asked if she was really doing well, if the maids were treating her properly, if she was being bullied again like before. Rhea waved it off, saying she was fine, and reminded him boldly of the time she had saved him from arrogant brats. Though skeptical, Jack finally let her go, while Rhea reflected on his worry. Her thoughts grew heavier as she made her way through the manor. Though Sophie was gone, the eyes of the servants still followed her everywhere, prying and watching. She reassured herself that if she was careful, things would remain under control. But her steps suddenly halted when her foot struck a bucket of water carelessly placed in the middle of the hall. She nearly slipped, catching herself against the wall. Her eyes narrowed when she noticed a maid hiding in the corner, confirming what she already suspected. This had been intentional. She scolded herself for even thinking to report it to the Duchess. That was not her place. A few moments of kindness did not change her standing in this household. This was her problem to endure. She muttered under her breath that familiarity could be dangerous, and hardened herself. She was used to bullying. She had faced far worse before. But instead of fading, the harassment only escalated. Foreign substances appeared in the laundry. Whispering followed her in every corridor. And one day, a bucket of mop water, not clean but foul and stinking, was poured over her clothes. The stench clung unbearably, and panic rose in her chest. Dana's lessons would be ending soon. She could not appear before the child in such a state. She washed as best as she could, but her uniforms were all being laundered. The only garment left to wear was the dress she had once used at the Duke's mansion. Wearing it now would certainly stir gossip, but what other choice did she have? She steadied her breath, telling herself she had nothing to be ashamed of. With her apron tied neatly over it, she would walk with confidence. She would not slink in shame. She moved cautiously through the hallways, trying not to draw attention, but voices suddenly rose behind her. Two men stood at the end of the corridor, their gazes fixed on her. One of them, with striking red hair, spoke first, asking his companion if this girl was his younger sibling. The other man, Lucio, denied it immediately. At that name, Rhea froze. Her heart skipped, her thoughts racing. Had she heard correctly? That name, it couldn't be. Slowly, almost against her will, she turned to face them. Lucio's name echoed in Rhea's mind, a memory stirring sharply within her chest. The boy standing there, with silver hair so much like her own, confirmed that his younger sister shared the same trait. The red-haired youth beside him remarked that upon closer inspection, Rhea bore no resemblance to Lucio at all. The sudden meeting pulled Rhea back into fragments of her past life. She recalled whispers among the other children at the orphanage, how the son of the terrifying Duke Illard was said to be at their academy, how rumors connected him to the crybaby girl some insisted was a princess, and how fortunate Jack must be to have aligned himself with her. Rhea remembered crouching alone afterward, tracing letters clumsily into the dirt with a stick, repeating the name she had overheard, Lucio Illard. The letters were jagged and uncertain, her unpracticed hand betraying how little schooling she had ever received. But she had written it anyway, saying the name softly to herself. It was then that a voice startled her, Lucio himself, asking why she kept calling for him. That memory seared into her, dragging her back into the present moment before him now. The red-haired noble peered at her curiously, wondering aloud if she was perhaps hard of hearing, as she had failed to respond at once. Rhea stumbled through an apology, admitting she had been startled. The man pressed further, questioning her identity. He claimed he had never heard of another young lady in the Duke of Illard's family besides the youngest princess. Rhea denied the assumption, identifying herself as nothing more than a maid in service to the Duke's household. His eyes flicked over her clothing, puzzled, but before he could ask further, Lucio's sharp voice cut him off. He declared that no one had the right to interrogate a member of his household so harshly. The red-haired boy scoffed, insisting he had only been curious, but Lucio silenced him with firm composure. It was then that Alan and Dana came running. Alan's voice called out to his elder brother, scolding him for being so late, while Dana ran straight into Rhea's arms, hugging her tightly and exclaiming her joy. Alan, noticing her attire, teased that it had been a while since she wore something different, joking about whether she was about to play dolls with Dana. The red-haired noble observed this and concluded that Rhea must be Dana's playmate maid, a favorite in the household. Rhea, relieved, thought to herself how fortunate it was that the matter had been glossed over so easily. When Alan asked about Lucio's tardiness, Lucio explained he had been delayed by the exam period but would remain home for a time. Alan brightened at the thought, asking eagerly if Askell had come as well, but before he could press further, the red-haired noble interrupted again. He teased that bragging too much about his little sister to the crown prince might sour favor. Confusion clouded Alan's face, and Lucio interjected smoothly, addressing the boy by title. At last, he made formal introductions. This was His Highness Nicholas Laxuten, first prince of the Empire. The name sent a chill through Rhea. Nicholas Laxuten, the sole prince, Lucio's age, yet 12 years Dana's elder. In her memory, however, he was no dignified heir but a vicious thief, one who had sought Dana in the past. Nicholas smiled at Dana with a gleam in his eyes, remarking on her cuteness, but Lucio quickly tried to dismiss him. Nicholas bristled, offended that they would turn him away without even a cup of tea. Rhea's heart screamed silently. Dana must not linger near him. But Dana, oblivious, tugged on her sister's hand and whispered a question. Wasn't her brother handsome? The innocent question left Rhea stunned, but she answered softly that yes, Lucio was indeed handsome. Then, Dana turned the question on Lucio, asking if he thought Rhea was pretty too. Lucio's answer was blunt. He said she was not. Rhea's heart sank, though not with surprise. She knew it well enough already. Nicholas burst into laughter, teasing Lucio for his honesty, saying it was cruel to be so harsh to a young girl. Alan, worried, asked if she was all right, but Rhea forced a smile, replying that she was sit to it. After all, there was even a young master who called her ugly daily. Alan tried to explain himself, but Rhea turned to Dana, gently redirecting her to play dolls before dinner. Dana's eyes lit with joy as she agreed. As they left, Nicholas lingered, commenting slyly on Ria's boldness and questioning Lucio's motives. If he disliked lying, he could have simply stayed silent, as was his habit. Lucio faltered, unable to answer. Later, in Dana's room, the young girl asked whether Ria was angry because of her brother's harsh words. Ria reassured her it was not the case, then leaned close, suggesting they keep a secret. Dana's eyes widened with wonder at the thought of such a pact. Ria told her the secret was that she was indeed pretty, but that no one else knew it, only Dana. She admitted to herself that she lied, but believed it was kinder this way. Dana lit up, declaring she would protect the secret. She insisted on a pinky promise, vowing she would guard it faithfully because she was the hero, and Ria was her princess. A soft knock came at the door before a maid entered Dana's room, announcing that the evening meal was ready. Ria gently looked to the young girl and suggested that they go together to dine. With a cheerful nod, Dana agreed, her small hand slipping into Ria's as they prepared to leave the room. In the dining hall, Dana rushed into her father's arms, calling out to him with joy. The Duke cautioned her that she might fall, but the little girl only laughed mischievously. Ria glanced around and realized that Lucio and the Duchess were also present at the table. Then the Duke's voice carried across the room, addressing his son. He instructed Lucio to give up his seat and told Ria to sit where Lucio had been. Both children hesitated, startled by the order. But the Duke's word was absolute in this household. Lucio rose and moved aside, urging Ria to sit down. The Duchess welcomed the family gathering warmly, delighted to see Lucio home from the academy, and encouraged everyone to eat before the food grew cold. Dana eagerly offered Ria food, while the Duke joined in by sharing his own portion with her. The Duchess remarked that Ria was smaller than others her age and needed to eat more, and Ria could only accept the gesture politely, her mind spinning at the unusual attention. She noticed how the maids were all fixated on Lucio, allowing her to remain somewhat unnoticed, something she quietly appreciated. But soon, whispers began to spread among the servants. They murmured about how shocking it was that Ria had sat next to the young master and even been personally served by the Duke. They questioned her clothes, recalling rumors that she had stolen from Dana, and accused her of being cunning enough to fool even the Duchess and the young master. A plan formed between them. If there was anyone who would not tolerate Ria's mistakes, it would surely be Lucio. The next morning, in the Duke's office, Lucio arrived at his father's request. The Duke explained how much Ria had helped the household and expressed his desire to sponsor her. To him, keeping her only as a maid would be a waste of her cleverness and talent. Lucio was taken aback, sensing something inexplicable when he thought of the girl, an aching pain, resentment, and a strange longing he could not understand. Yet the Duke revealed that Ria herself had rejected the offer, insisting she remain a maid. For that reason, he tasked Lucio with convincing her otherwise. Lucio asked if sponsorship would mean her leaving the household, but the Duke reassured him that Dana still needed her. Relieved by that answer, Lucio accepted his father's request. Meanwhile, Ria was assigned to clean the main building's library instead of the annex. The maid who delivered the order mocked her inwardly, knowing that the young master hated being disturbed and spent most of his time there. Yet Ria, oblivious, was thrilled at the opportunity, unaware of the dark intentions of the maids. In her mind, the main library, reserved for the Duke's direct family, held rare and ancient books rivaling those of the imperial palace itself. She rushed off eagerly, already thinking of the subjects she might explore: magic theory, imperial history, advanced herbology, even mining locations and information about the Bellis Duchy. Entering the library, she noticed how dark it was, the curtains tightly drawn. She pulled them open, flooding the space with sunlight, and thought how perfect the brightness was for her cleaning. But as she prepared to begin, something caught her eye. There, stretched across the sofa, lay Lucio, asleep. The sight froze her in shock. Ria's thoughts raced the moment she realized Lucio had been there all along. She had not sensed his presence when she entered. Why was he hiding his presence in his own home? Her heart had nearly leapt from her chest. She considered how the Lucio she had seen until now always seemed like a flawless work of art, perfectly composed and untouchable. Yet here he was, relaxed, vulnerable, and asleep in his own library. She decided it would be best to quietly tidy up and leave without disturbing him. Her gaze fell on the open book near him, and the title made her freeze. How to Befriend Timid Animals. She was stunned. She never expected his interest to be in dogs. Personally, she preferred cats. They were cute, just like Dana. Drawn closer despite herself, she approached where he slept. She wondered why he would choose to sleep uncomfortably in the library at all. Reaching out, she brushed her hand toward his forehead. Up close, she noticed something she had missed before. His features, his hair texture. It resembled Dana's so closely. But suddenly his eyes opened. Startled, Ria jerked back in shock. He demanded to know what she was doing there. Flustered, she could only stammer out an apology. As she panicked and tried to retreat, her foot caught, and she stumbled to the ground. Documents are scattered everywhere. This wasn't the time to explain properly. Hastily, she apologized again and insisted she had only come to clean. She explained that she had seen him sleeping uncomfortably and had only wanted to help. While speaking, she scrambled to gather the papers. Lucio's voice cut through, asking who had told her to clean there. Ria hesitated before realizing the truth. They knew Lucio was here, and they had sent her on purpose. She forced herself to keep calm and held out the documents, saying she had organized them, but that he should review them again. When Lucio glanced at them, his expression shifted. They were neatly sorted, each by topic. He observed aloud that she seemed able to read, even to understand difficult words. Then he pressed her, asking how much she truly understood. She faltered, claiming it was only a little, that she did not know much. But he didn't stop. He noted that she seemed to be running away. Each step she took backward only proved his point. He asked her from whom she was running. The question struck her hard, leaving her frozen with fear. His eyes lingered on her expression before he spoke again, quietly, almost resigned. She was scared once more. It could not be helped. Meanwhile, just outside the library doors, two maids lingered, straining to catch whatever they could. One thought she heard something, whispering that the girl must be getting scolded inside. The other nodded eagerly. When they heard movement, they rushed to open the door. One maid entered quickly, smiling to herself, certain she was being summoned to witness Ria's punishment. She bowed and asked what the young master required. But Lucio's response shattered her assumptions. He ordered warm tea and light snacks to be prepared for Ria. When the tray was brought, Ria stared, bewildered. In her thoughts, she could hardly believe it. This wasn't scolding at all. The maid withdrew, leaving the two alone once again. Confused, Ria asked Lucio why he had suddenly arranged food for her. He explained that it was a reward, for she had managed to find and organize the books according to the list he had given. His voice dropped to a whisper, almost too soft for her to hear, admitting to himself that he had heard food was the best reward. Ria blinked, uncertain. She asked what he had said, but he dismissed it, telling her to stop with questions and to eat. She obeyed, lifting a slice of cake to her lips. As she ate, Lucio spoke again. From now on, he told her, she was to come to the library every day. Ria froze at his words. Every day? The shock slipped from her lips before she could stop it. Inside, her mind spun. She didn't mind the idea itself, but wouldn't it disturb his rest? And after being caught sneaking a look at him, why would he even want her close? Was this some strange way to torment her? She forced herself to answer, saying that since she was only ever assigned wherever space was available, she couldn't guarantee consistency. But the moment was shattered when Alan burst through the door with Jack and Helen trailing behind. His eyes landed on her immediately, demanding to know what she was doing there. She tried to answer calmly, explaining that she had only come to clean. Alan frowned. Cleaning? This place was practically his brother's private study. Why would she be here? Rhea quickly added that the others had assigned her this task, that since it was usually empty, she hadn't thought much of it. Alan's expression darkened, calling it nonsense. But Helen, the headmaid, stepped forward with a bow. She apologized, explaining that one of the maids under her must have made a mistake, that it had to be some misunderstanding. Lucio cut through her words coldly. He didn't care whether it was a misunderstanding or not. What mattered was that it would never happen again. From this day forward, he declared, this girl would be in charge of managing the library. His words rang with finality. Helen's face faltered. What? But Lucio's sharp eyes met hers, his voice steady, as he added that Rhea would be coming here tomorrow, and every day after. Even when he returned to the academy, her duties here would continue. He turned his gaze to Rhea and asked if she understood. She could only nod and answer obediently. Still, Helen could not hold back her question. Carefully, she asked why he was entrusting this responsibility to that girl. What was his reason? Lucio's face remained impassive. Did she really expect him to explain? Startled, Helen quickly bowed lower and apologized, retreating at once. With her gone, Lucio turned to Alan, asking what had brought him there so suddenly. Alan hesitated before admitting he had hoped his brother might watch Jack and him train. He explained that he had come to ask, but upon seeing the headmaid, curiosity had gotten the better of him. His gaze slid toward the food still laid out, and suspicion colored his words. What was his brother planning, making Rhea come here every day? And why was there all this food? Lucio answered without hesitation. There was much he wanted her to do. As for the food, it was her reward. A treat. Alan blinked. A treat? Before he could press further, Lucio's attention shifted. He asked about the boy behind Alan. Alan introduced him as Jack, a new trainee knight from the same orphanage as Rhea and his current sparring partner. Jack stepped forward, bowing respectfully, saying it was an honor to meet the young master. Lucio noted the connection, then allowed a brief moment of his time before his next appointment. They should head to the training grounds. Alan's eyes lit up, excited. Jack nodded and left ahead, while Alan stayed behind to fetch a few books. Before Rhea could slip away, Alan turned back to her, his tone sharpening. Did she realize how lucky she had been? His brother didn't just let anyone into this library. If she had woken him from one of his naps, she would have been kicked out of the duchy entirely. Rhea's face betrayed her shock, and Alan caught it instantly. He narrowed his eyes, piecing it together. No, don't tell him. She was crazy. She had nearly lost her job today. She stammered out an apology, insisting she hadn't known. Alan waved it off, but leaned closer, asking why she thought Lucio had let her off so easily. Rhea faltered, her thoughts spiraling. Why indeed? He hadn't liked her before, so why would he suddenly show such kindness? Could it be? Alan cut in with his own answer. It was because of Dana. Rhea's head snapped toward him in disbelief. Dana, Alan explained further. After Lucio had called her ugly, Dana had given him the cold shoulder for an entire day. That alone had been enough to make him realize Rhea was important to her. Rhea's heart jolted. So Dana had done that for her? She had known it deep down. Dana always defended her. Alan sighed, and now she was being moved around because of it. He shook his head, grumbling, but before leaving, reminded her firmly. When she saw Dana, she was to tell the girl that Lucio had been kind to her. Rhea remembered then Dana's lessons would be ending soon. She hurried toward the exit, but Alan wasn't finished. He called after her, asking if she was being bullied by the other maids. The question made her stop in her tracks. She turned, uncertain, and asked what he meant. In the library, Alan confronted Rhea, his tone sharp with suspicion. He pointed out that it made no sense for other maids to assign her to such a sensitive place, one normally avoided. To him, there was no explanation unless it was bullying. Rhea quickly denied it, insisting she would mostly be in the library now, and it would be fine. She asked him not to interfere, then hurried away. Still, Alan called after her, promising that if she ever needed help, she could come to him any time. As she walked, Rhea's thoughts turned inward. Alan had noticed it. That meant Lucio must have known too, that she was being bullied by the other maids. And because she was someone his little sister treasured, he stepped in to protect her. The realization embarrassed her. It wasn't her fault, but now even Alan, whom she thought of as just a boy, had caught on. Later, in Dana's room, Rhea sat at the bedside reading aloud a fairy tale. She ended the story with the princess living happily ever after, only to realize Dana had fallen asleep halfway through. Looking at the child's peaceful face, Rhea's heart softened. Dana had begged for the story, yet now she was fast asleep. Rhea's thoughts turned bitter for a moment. If she had more time, she could have handled the servant's cruelty herself. Instead, she now felt as though she owed Lucio a debt she never asked for. Problems kept piling up. Just then, Dana stirred awake for a moment, whispering drowsily that she wanted to live happily with her sister forever. The words struck Rhea deeply. When she had first followed Duke Ellard, she had treated it all lightly, thinking Dana's choice to follow her was nothing more than a child's instinct for survival. Her resolve back then had been clear. Someday, she would leave. But seeing this child love her so purely each day, her heart wavered. When Dana finally slept again, Rhea stepped outside the room. She wondered how things were going with Jack and the young master's family, but her thoughts were interrupted when the Duchess suddenly appeared. Startled, Rhea greeted her. The Duchess asked about Dana, and upon hearing she was asleep, expressed her gratitude. With Helen at her side, the Duchess gave new orders. Since Dana would soon be invited to a royal tea party, her etiquette lessons should now focus on royal court manners. Helen obeyed and excused herself, her cold eyes lingering on Rhea for a moment, an expression Rhea could never quite understand. When they were alone, the Duchess turned back to her. She had heard that Rhea would begin working in the main library tomorrow. Rhea confirmed, surprised that the news had reached her. The Duchess placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke warmly. "It was good news," she said. Lucio was different from the other children, and difficult at first, but Rhea should stay by his side. He never let anyone close, so for him to allow her near meant he must truly like her. Rhea denied it, insisting it was only because of Dana, but the Duchess smiled knowingly. She explained that Lucio was a boy who figured things out on his own, never needing to be told, and she had been proud of him, yet worried as well. She admitted to choosing his rest over his studies, but the elders had accused her of ruining the ducal heir. In the end, she had been forced to send Lucio to the capital, and though he had grown into a fine young man, she still regretted her decision. Perhaps because of that, he felt distant from her, maybe even closer to Helen than to his own mother. Rhea protested that Lucio could not feel uncomfortable around her, but the Duchess only smiled again and dismissed her own rambling. Instead, she encouraged Rhea to read as much as she liked in the library and study freely. Rhea promised she would. As she left, her thoughts turned over everything the Duchess had revealed. The reason the Duchess couldn't be strict with the headmaid was because of Lucio. As a child, it was Helen who had taken care of him. But Lucio's coldness toward Helen told another story. There was something more, something Rhea did not yet understand. Her musings stopped when she saw Lucio standing alone outside, deep in thought. So many questions filled her mind, about the Duchess, about Helen, about Lucio himself, but she knew she could not ask them now. Before she could decide, Lucio looked her way. In that instant, Rhea slipped from sight. He frowned, wondering if it had only been his imagination. Days passed. In the main library, Rhea busied herself with books. During her short time working there, much had changed. The maids who once bullied her had been replaced. Complaints lingered, but they no longer dared target her openly. Thanks to Lucio's order, she remained in the library most of the time. Visitors still came and went constantly, leaving her exhausted. But the moments she found to read freely made it worthwhile. Even so, she often felt self-conscious, aware of eyes on her. One such day, as she sat down with a book, Lucio arrived silently behind her. His voice startled her so badly she nearly jumped from her seat. Flustered, she greeted him, and he only remarked that he had just arrived. He asked her to bring tea and milk, and she rushed to obey. On her way back, she noticed what he had brought. Bread, the kind sold at the stall in front of the academy. Could it be that he had gone all the way there just to buy it? Impossible, she thought. Someone like him would never go through such trouble. Yet when she tasted it, her eyes widened. So this was what it truly tasted like. The memory of her past returned, of days spent starving, longing for that very bread, but never able to taste it. Back then, all she could do was watch the academy students eat while her stomach ached. Lucio observed her reaction and asked if she had wanted it that badly. He placed something else in her hand, a piece of chocolate. He told her it was a magic potion, one that would lift her mood and make her feel better. To her, it was almost unbelievable. This was her first time seeing such a thing, and surely a noble wouldn't lie. Hesitant, she tried it. The sweetness melted on her tongue, bringing a blush to her cheeks. Lucio asked how she felt now, urging her to call his name like she once had before. The memory of her slip during writing practice made her bow apologetically instead, begging forgiveness for ever having done so without permission. He gave her no answer, only continued offering what he called magic potions. It was only later that she discovered the truth, that the potions were simply chocolate. Not long after, her circumstances had changed, and she never learned why he had shown her such kindness. That sweetness had lingered in her memory for years, unmatched by anything else she tasted. Yet now, in the Duke's estate, she found herself eating the same chocolate again. Her thoughts shifted to the Duchess, who had yet to visit the library. Perhaps she was busy, but Rhea could not shake the loneliness in the woman's expression whenever Lucio was mentioned. Did she truly believe he was uncomfortable around her? Lost in thought, Rhea blurted out a question. Why did Lucio call the headmaid by her name? Realizing too late how rude the question sounded, she braced herself. Lucio answered plainly. It was a habit. When he was young and living in the capital, Helen had not been a headmaid yet. Later, when he tried to use proper titles, she had insisted he continue calling her by name. So he did. With that explanation, he tilted his head slightly and asked why Rhea was curious. Rhea hesitated, but decided to press further. She asked softly if the young master perhaps felt uncomfortable around the madame. Lucio's eyes sharpened at once. He questioned her. Did she really think he was closer to the headmaid than to his own mother? It was absurd. Had his mother told her such a thing? Flustered, Rhea quickly denied it. She only asked if it wasn't true. Could he be just a little kinder to the Duchess? Inwardly, she admitted she was overstepping, but if easing the Duchess's heart could prevent the tragedy yet to come, then she had to try. Lucio surprised her with his answer. He agreed without hesitation. Rhea blinked in disbelief. Why wasn't he scolding her? Had he always been this kind? But then he turned the focus back on her. Since he had been honest, it was her turn. Why was she afraid of him? From the moment they first met, she had trembled just from looking at him. Even now, she always tensed and froze in his presence. Was it because of what he had said before? That time when he had coldly told her she wasn't pretty, was it that which had hurt her? Rhea gasped at the memory and protested. No, she wasn't hurt. She admitted it hadn't felt good either, but she insisted she hadn't been hurt. Inside, she scolded herself for blurting out such nonsense. Lucio studied her, then asked a startling question. Did she want to look pretty to him? Her answer was immediate, no. She had never once thought about wanting to look pretty in his eyes. To her, the only thing that mattered was looking pretty to the young lady. That alone was enough. She confessed she knew she was unusual and begged him not to take it the wrong way. Surely, there were plenty of people who wanted to look beautiful in his eyes, but she wasn't one of them. Her words left Lucio speechless. At that very moment, the library door burst open. Dana came running in, calling for her sister. She flung herself into Rhea's arms with all the joy of a child, saying how much she had missed her. Rhea hugged her back tightly, returning the words, but she gently scolded the girl for coming alone. Next time, she should either call for Rhea or ask one of the maids or attendants in the hallway to escort her. Dana only insisted she already knew the way, but Rhea's voice turned firmer. She shouldn't wander by herself. It made her sister worry. Dana eventually promised she would go together from now on and declared once more how much she liked her sister. Turning to Lucio, Rhea requested permission to leave. It was time to play with the young lady. He gave his approval, and Rhea curtsied, saying she would see him tomorrow before leaving with Dana at her side. As Rhea and Dana left the library, Lucio remained behind in silence. His gaze lingered on the door before drifting downward, as though weighed by thoughts he could not shake. Her words echoed in his mind, her insistence that she had never once thought about wanting to look pretty in his eyes, that it was enough for her to be seen as such by the young lady. She had told him not to take it the wrong way, reminding him that there were surely countless others who wished to be beautiful in his sight. A long sigh escaped him. Quietly, he murmured to himself, questioning why he had even asked something so foolish in the first place. Wanting to look pretty to him, what possessed him to bring up such a thing? His memory shifted, recalling not only those bold words, but every exchange since the day she first dared to wake him in the library. If it had been any other maid, such insolence would never have been forgiven. And yet, with her, it was different. For reasons he could not explain, his anger simply would not take hold. In Dana's quiet room, Rhea smiled softly as she gazed at the young girl sleeping soundly. The child had insisted on hearing another story, only to drift off once again in the middle of it. With tenderness in her voice, Rhea whispered a wish for sweet dreams until dinner, then glanced toward the desk. A sudden thought struck her. Dana was asleep. Her library duties were complete, and now was the perfect chance. She could finally write back to Bianca. Remembering the elegant stationery the Duchess had once given her, she hurried off to fetch it. Outside, the skies opened with a sudden downpour, and she noted to herself that she would need an umbrella for the return. But upon reaching the maid's quarters, she stopped abruptly. A crowd had gathered. their attention fixed on her room. Confused and alarmed, she pushed her way through, only to hear accusations waiting for her. The other maids declared they had searched her belongings and discovered a fine dress hidden away. They mocked her with sharp voices, saying such an expensive gift could never have been given to someone of her lowly station. Ria's voice trembled as she tried to explain. The Duchess herself had gifted it to her, but her protests were drowned in laughter. They scoffed at the idea, saying no matter how much the madam favored her, no noblewoman would bestow something so costly upon a mere maid. Her eyes fell to the floor, where a letter lay crumpled. The one Bianca had entrusted to her, once kept safely in a box alongside the dress. She felt her chest tighten. In her heart, old wounds reopened. Mockery, disdain, and scorn had followed her always. She was an orphan, ordinary in every way, with nowhere to belong once she left these walls. The maids pressed further, voices sharp with cruelty, telling her she was arrogant, shameless, and foolish for thinking she could be anything more. They sneered, reminding her to know her place. Her lips trembled as she bit them hard, and in the quiet fury that rose within her, she questioned if her only crime had been her ordinariness. She was not beautiful, not exceptional, only plain. A girl whom others could not understand was receiving love, weak and easy to crush. But something inside her snapped. Anger laced her voice as she warned them she had endured long enough. The others bristled at her defiance. One jeered at her insolence, declaring they had tolerated her arrogance for far too long. But before their scorn could bite deeper, something ignited. A burst of flame erupted from within her, filling the air with raw mana that blazed outward. Fire crackled across the room as her anger spilled into power. She demanded to know why they tormented her, why they pushed her to the edge again and again. Panic overtook the room. Maids shrieked, scattering as they screamed of fire. One fell to the ground, trembling, calling her a devil. Her eyes widened at the word. Devil? She thought of what had kept her here all along. She could have left Ellard's estate at any time, walked away under the guise of an independence fund or research at Splacia. But that had never been the truth. The real reason she endured the torment, the loneliness, the mockery, was because she wished to stay by Dana's side. She wanted to protect the Duchess because she was important to Dana. That had always been her reason. Her fury rose as the flames swirled higher, enveloping the room. If they called her a devil, then what did that make them? She had not stayed to be crushed by their cruelty. She had chosen this place, and she would not let them strip her of it. Fire raged around her, but in that chaos, a voice broke through. The Duchess had entered, her cry cutting into the storm of heat. She begged Ria to look at her. Ria's breath caught. The Duchess was here, and not only her. The Duke and Lucio had arrived as well. Fear tightened her chest. Were they furious with her for setting fire to their house? Or was it for being like this? Something dangerous, something they could not control. Her heart pounded painfully, heat and dizziness overtaking her. The Duchess lunged forward and reached for her, voice trembling, as she urged Ria to take her hand and move away from the danger. Ria insisted she was all right, a steady denial in her head, even as the world tilted. The room blurred, heat and dizziness colliding, and a dark, cold logic surfaced. There was no stopping the blaze now, no way to undo the damage. Sacrifice seemed suddenly simple and inevitable. If she gave herself, the threat might end. The thought steadied her for a terrifying moment. Backing toward the open window, each step grew unsteady. The Duchess's pleading became sharper, more desperate, but Ria could hear only the pounding in her own ears and the crackle of mana-tinged flames all around. When her footing failed, she pitched backward, limbs flailing as the autumn wind rushed in through the broken panes. The Duchess's cry sliced the air and hung there, a raw, frantic plea that reached Rhea even as her vision narrowed. Lucio froze in the doorway, shock flattening his features. For an instant, everything contracted to that one look between them, an old, strange recognition flaring up in Rhea's mind. Memory rushed at her, as clearly as if it were happening now. The day long ago when a bully had accused her of stealing a fountain pen, when she had protested that she had only meant to return it, and when the crowd had jeered. In that crowd, Lucio's face had appeared, an expression not of pity, but of cool, contemptuous judgment. She had fled then, wanting above all to hide that shameful, trembling self from him. She had not wanted him to remember. Now, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness and the open air, Rhea's thoughts scrambled. If they ever met again, she had so many questions. How had he recognized her after all those years? How could he possibly know a name she had never spoken aloud? The questions crowded in, urgent and useless, as the world began to tilt once more. At the same time, Lucio's reaction broke the echoing silence, an abrupt, unmistakable cry of her name that carried across the chaos. The sound cut through Rhea's fog like a rope thrown into a storm. It reached her just before everything went black. The Duchess still reaching, the flames roaring, Lucio standing stunned. Rhea lost consciousness. Far away, in the distant lands of the Baelus Duchy, a cry tore through the silence. A woman with flowing pink hair clutched her chest, her voice trembling as she whispered that it could not be. The weight of realization crashed over her until it broke into a scream of pure despair. A man rushed into the chamber, his expression hardened by fear, but softened when he saw her trembling form. He begged her to look into his eyes, but her words poured out in anguish. She said she could hear their baby crying, calling out in pain. She felt powerless, desperate, as though she should be by her child's side but could not reach her. Her husband held her close, sorrow etched into every word, as he confessed his failure to protect their child. Apologies fell from him as he embraced her shaking frame. Then his tone turned firm, commanding the butler to summon Captain Marietta at once. The butler bowed and departed swiftly, leaving the air heavy with grief and a sense of urgency. Back in the Ellard mansion, the atmosphere was suffocating with tension. Rhea lay unconscious, her body glowing faintly as a mage worked tirelessly to stabilize her. The Duke's voice thundered with demand as he pressed for answers. The mage, his face pale, admitted that tonight would decide her fate. He explained grimly that she had suffered a mana rampage, something that usually shattered bodies instantly. The miracle was that she was alive at all, her limbs intact. What saved her, he explained, was her desperate resistance. Even as her own body threatened to tear apart, she had fought to protect those around her. Had she lost control completely inside the manor, the resulting explosion would have consumed everyone in its wake. The Duke's stern gaze faltered at that thought, his chest tightening. In that single moment of devastation, she had borne the greatest suffering and still shielded others. His silence lingered, heavy with guilt. Outside the chamber doors, the hall was filled with the pitiful sound of Dana's cries. The little girl clung to her mother, sobbing for her sister, insisting she be allowed inside. She pleaded, her small voice breaking, asking if Rhea was truly so sick. The Duchess knelt gently, soothing her with soft words, telling her that Rhea needed rest and could not be disturbed. Dana's tears continued, unwilling to let go. Lucio appeared then, his presence sharp and composed, though his eyes betrayed the storm within. The Duchess, carrying Dana, said to Lucio that she would take the Dana away for now, and that he must inform her if anything changed. He gave a short nod, his voice steady. Though Dana was against her mother, still insisting through her sobs that she wanted to see Rhea. A rush of footsteps echoed as Jack appeared, breathless with worry. His eyes darted to Lucio, urgency spilling from him as he asked if Rhea was inside, if her body had survived. He begged just to see her face, even once. Lucio did not answer him directly. Instead, his eyes narrowed and his voice cut through the hall with authority, ordering the butler to bring the headmaid immediately. The butler bowed, disappearing at once. Then Lucio's voice fell low. He swore that someone would be held responsible for this. His words were not loud, but they carried with them the weight of an unshakable vow, cold, final, and merciless. After the incident, several days passed before Rhea's eyes finally fluttered open. Confusion washed over her as she looked around the chamber. The soft furnishings, the embroidered curtains, the scent of lavender. It was unmistakable. This was the Duchess's room. But why was she lying here? Her voice trembled as she asked, and the Duchess, seated close by, immediately urged her to stay still, reminding her that her body had yet to recover. The door burst open, and Helen hurried inside. He asked if it was true if the girl had regained consciousness. The Duchess confirmed it quickly, her voice filled with both command and relief, and urged him to examine her without delay. Helen nodded and stood at Rhea's bedside, weaving a spell of gentle light over her frail body. He explained carefully. Her injuries were far from gone. Her body was weakened, but it was her throat that had suffered the greatest damage. He handed her a pouch of medicine, warning her to be cautious, to take care not to strain herself. The Duke then stepped forward, his tone heavy. He asked if she remembered the mana outburst. Rhea lowered her gaze, admitting softly that she did. The Duchess leaned closer, worried, asking if she still felt pain, but Rhea shook her head. She confessed instead that she was only grateful, that despite everything she had been treated, not cast aside. The Duke's expression sharpened. He gave an order at once. The mages bowed and withdrew from the chamber, leaving only the Duke, Duchess, and Rhea. Silence lingered thick in the air. Inwardly, Rhea braced herself. Surely this was the moment she would be scolded, dismissed from the ducal estate. She thought only of how she wished she could see Dana once more before leaving. The Duke's voice was a sharp mix with worry, carrying both reproach and sorrow. He asked her if she truly thought of them as such unreliable adults. Why had she kept silent from the start? He explained that the servants in the capital knew nothing of her past, that they had hidden the truth only to protect Dana. But had they known her silence would lead her into suffering, they would have acted without hesitation. He demanded to know why she had endured it all without speaking a word. Rhea's composure broke. She stammered out an apology, but the Duchess swept her into her arms before she could finish. Tears glistened in the Duchess's eyes as she told Rhea she need not apologize, that the fault lay with them for failing to see, for leaving her to shoulder everything alone. Her voice softened to a promise. It would never happen again. Rhea looked up in shock, her voice trembling as she asked if they truly would not drive her out. The Duchess stared back, bewildered by the question. Why would they ever? Rhea's words spilled forth then, a torrent of fear. She confessed she had felt unwanted, a burden, weighed down by the hatred of others. She had been terrified that she would be discarded. Her tears came in earnest, her cries shaking her frail body. The Duchess only held her tighter, whispering that it was all right now. From this moment on, she must promise to speak, to cry out when she was afraid, and to ask for help, so that they could protect her. The Duchess then turned sharply toward her husband, fire in her tone. She chastised him fiercely, demanding what good it was to press a child so hard. She ordered him to apologize immediately. The Duke faltered, then lowered his head. He told Rhea he was sorry, admitting his words had only been driven by worry. He promised her freedom from this day forward. She need not work if she did not wish to. They had only allowed her to serve as a maid because she had chosen it, not because they wanted to burden her. Now she would no longer stay in the maid's quarters. Instead, she would move into the room beside Dana's. Once her strength returned, Rhea voiced concern that the headmaid would object, but the Duke silenced her worry. Helen, he revealed, had already been placed on probation. She was no longer in a position to object to anything. Rhea's eyes widened. The Duke explained further. Lucio had taken matters into his own hands. He had interrogated every maid who had tormented her, one by one. Those found guilty had been punished severely and cast out of the estate. In that moment, Rhea realized the world around her had shifted. She was no longer alone. She was no longer without protection. The Duchess gently reminded her husband that there was no need to burden Rhea with too much information. Yet the Duke insisted, explaining that the head maid had long been one of the pillars supporting the ducal estate, and punishment was not delivered lightly. Still, he urged Rhea not to concern herself with such matters and to focus solely on her recovery. In that tender moment, Dana and Alan rushed into the room. Dana's worried eyes fell upon her sister, asking if she was still in pain. Rhea reassured her softly, while in her heart she resolved that, for now, instead of working or carrying burdens, she would simply cherish being able to stay close to Dana. Meanwhile, in the grand library, Lucio rested on a sofa, his thoughts burning with unresolved anger. He wondered if he should have gone further. Should he have forced every maid to kneel before Rhea? Or perhaps something even harsher? His mind churned with unrest until exhaustion claimed him, and he drifted into sleep. Once again, dreams of Rhea rose to the surface. In his slumber, a voice kept calling his name. Memories stirred. He recalled the first time he had seen that frail little girl. She had looked weaker than anyone he had ever known, so fragile that it disturbed him deeply. Though he despised the fear he saw in her eyes, he found himself lingering near her, offering food and medicine. But no matter what he did, her gaze remained haunted, as if always expecting cruelty. The scene shifted, and Lucio relived a memory of a bully cornering Rhea. The student sneered, mocking her as a beggar brat daring to touch someone else's belongings. Rhea ran, terrified, but Lucio appeared before the aggressor. His anger flared, and he seized the boy's hand, gripping until the student screamed in pain before throwing him to the ground. His voice thundered with command, demanding the boy vanish from his sight, promising punishment later. The boy fled in tears, begging forgiveness, while the surrounding students whispered in shock. They questioned why Lucio, usually aloof, would act so uncharacteristically for her sake. Alarm struck him then, memories aligning with unease, and he hurried away. He remembered, too, the quiet moment when he had once asked the little girl if she had any wishes. Her reply had been heartbreakingly small. She wished only for someone to ask if she was all right whenever she fell ill. Struck by her simplicity, Lucio had sworn to grant that wish. He had told her the world was filled with frightening things, but if she stayed by his side, the road would not be so harsh. He had promised that she need not be afraid. And then, as always, the dream unraveled. Lucio woke with a start, breath heavy, frustration burning in his chest. That dream again, stirring his heart, unsettling his thoughts, yet leaving him with nothing but emptiness once his eyes opened. He muttered bitterly to himself, wishing it were nothing more than a nightmare, for at least then it would not haunt him so. The following day arrived with soft morning light filling the halls of the ducal estate. Rhea was being moved into her new room beside Dana's, her frail frame carefully carried by Taze. Dana, Alan, and Jack followed close behind, their faces full of anticipation. When they arrived, Taze set Rhea down gently, welcoming her to her new space, and urging her to come down carefully. Ria's voice was filled with gratitude as she thanked him, while Dana's eyes sparkled with excitement, pointing out how neat the room looked. Ria smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over the freshly prepared space, remarking softly that she loved it. The bed, especially, so soft beneath her. Alan then stepped forward, presenting her with something wrapped. Ria looked confused but accepted it politely, opening it with care. Inside lay a dress, neatly arranged, and a folded letter. She gasped quietly, recognizing the gesture. Alan explained that it was their mother who had gone so far as to press the wrinkles from the dress and prepare the letter by hand. Ria's heart swelled with emotion, thanking him with a trembling voice, wondering aloud how she could ever repay such kindness. Alan stopped her at once, insisting repayment wasn't necessary. She only needed to recover quickly. Dana clasped Ria's hand, full of innocence and joy, urging her to play more and more now that their rooms were so close. Ria, touched, promised that once she was well, she would make the little fountain Dana loved so dearly. Just then, the door opened and Lucio stepped inside. His sharp gaze swept the lively scene, and he asked whether it was wise for Ria to be laughing and making noise when her body was still so weak. The room fell quiet, as everyone greeted him respectfully. Ria, ever polite, greeted the young master and asked what brought him there. Lucio held up a familiar book, the one she had been reading earlier, and explained that he had brought it so she wouldn't grow bored lying in bed. Ria's thanks came softly, though she was startled that he had taken the trouble to carry it all the way there. Without warning, Lucio reached out and held her hand. His voice grew firm as he remarked that he managed to put a little weight on her. Though she had gained a little strength, she still seemed fragile enough to snap at any moment. He questioned how she could possibly perform any duties in such a condition. Across the room, Jack froze, his eyes wide with shock. The sight before him unsettled him deeply. Lucio's brazen closeness, his uncharacteristic gentleness. He was left speechless, unable to reconcile the scene. Inside, Ria's thoughts raced. How could he speak such things without even the faintest shame? Struggling to remain composed, she asked him quietly to release her hand. Lucio did so, but in the same motion pressed something into her palm, a golden key. Her eyes widened as she recognized it, stammering out her confusion. Why would he entrust her with this? Lucio's answer came evenly. It was the key to the main library, a place he valued deeply. He explained that he would soon be returning to the academy, and until then, and while he was gone, he wanted her to keep it. Lucio's voice was steady as he told her to hold on to the key while he was away, to open the library whenever she wanted, and to make herself comfortable. He began to add that if she didn't need it, but his words stopped short when Ria quickly cut him off, refusing to let him finish. With urgency in her tone, she thanked him for his consideration, clutching the golden key behind her back as if to hide it. When she brought it forward again, her eyes lingered on it, her heart quietly trembling as she whispered that now she would be able to read books more often. At that moment, Lucio's lips curved into a rare smile. Days later, morning sunlight poured through the windows as Ria stretched in her bed, her body finally free of pain. She spoke to herself with renewed cheer, remarking on her good sleep and the clear weather, wondering aloud if perhaps she might be allowed outside today. Though the Duchess had kept her confined to rest, like a treasured pet cat. Ria admitted it had been comfortable, but now that her body no longer hurt, the stillness was becoming unbearable. She thought of an excuse to move about, remembering the letter she had finished writing the night before. Excited, she decided to bring it to the Duchess herself. Opening her door, she was greeted by a maid who expressed surprise and relief to see her walking again. The maid asked if her body was well enough, and when Rhea answered that the physician had permitted her to move around, the maid blessed her steps and reminded her to be careful. Rhea thanked her gently and continued, lost in thought. She realized that ever since she had moved into her new room, the attitudes of the staff around her had shifted. They treated her more kindly now, and though only a little, that kindness softened her heart in ways she hadn't expected. As she approached the Duchess's chambers, she noticed the door was slightly ajar. About to knock, she froze when she heard the Duke's voice. His tone was serious. He told his family he had something important to discuss, something about their household. The Duchess began by reminding them all of Rhea's kind and good nature. Alan muttered that she could be foolish, earning his father's sharp rebuke. The Duchess pressed on, speaking of her thoughts after the recent events. That Rhea, being a commoner and an orphan, had suffered bullying that was deeply unfair. She vowed that such things would never happen again within their walls, but she admitted that there was no guarantee Rhea would not suffer the same outside. Alan protested fiercely, assuming they meant to drive Rhea away. He argued that she would never survive alone and pointed out how Dana and he already cherished her, leaving no reason for her to leave. The Duke clarified that they had no intention of casting her out, but confessed the possibility that Rhea herself might want to go. And so, he revealed his true thought, that they should consider formally adopting her, granting her the Ellard name, giving her pride and protection as a daughter of the house. Lucio's eyes widened in shock. He asked if the Duke truly meant adoption. The Duke answered firmly, yes. He wished to bring Rhea into the family without question. Dana, innocent and confused, asked what adoption was. The Duchess explained softly that it would make Rhea her real older sister. Dana beamed, exclaiming that Rhea already was her sister, and the Duchess smiled, stroking her hair, remarking on her affection. The Duke then asked for agreement from his sons, declaring that with their consent, Rhea would become their younger sister. Alan, stunned, faltered at the thought of calling her that. But Lucio's response was firm and cold. He opposed it. For him, he declared, Dana was his only little sister, and that was enough. Outside the door, Rhea stood frozen. Her chest tightened with conflicting emotions. To even be considered for adoption was a blessing beyond words. Yet Lucio's rejection, those words, "I don't like it," echoed again and again in her mind. Her eyes stung as tears welled and fell silently. What was she even thinking, daring to feel resentment? How could she, when the grace she had already received from this household was immeasurable? And yet, she couldn't help it. Even though she had lived through disappointment before, she had still let herself hope. She quickly decided to walk away, forcing her heart into silence. She would not show her feelings. She would not make them uncomfortable. Instead, she vowed to prepare herself to stand on her own. Time passed. The day came when she handed her finished letter to the Duchess, asking her to send it. The Duchess asked if writing it had been difficult, and Rhea explained she had only written about what she had learned of the Duchy of Valeries, its beauty and its wonders. The Duchess seemed to understand, her eyes softening as she began to ask something more, but Alan interrupted, calling out that the carriage had arrived. Another day of departure arrived. Lucio's return to the academy. The Duchess bid him to take care, saying she would miss their tea times. Lucio reminded her gently that they would see each other again when the festival began. At that word, Rhea's thoughts drifted to Alan's excitement about all of them going together, about how the academy would be full of joy during the celebrations. Her musings were cut short when Lucio turned to her. His voice was warm, telling her to treat the ducal house like her own home. She froze, unable to speak. when suddenly he leaned closer, brushing her hair back behind her ear. His words struck her heart. He confessed that he truly liked having her there, and that from now on she should remain, always. Then, without waiting for a reply, he turned and strode to the waiting carriage. The Duchess called after him to keep in touch. Dana cheered, promising to visit soon. The wheels turned, carrying Lucio away. But Ria stood rooted to the spot, her heart pounding. Why had he said such things? He had rejected the thought of her becoming family, claiming Dana was enough as a sister. Yet now he told her to stay here forever, to remain by his side. Her lips parted as she whispered his name, her gaze following the carriage until it disappeared. And somewhere, unseen, Lucio's thoughts lingered as well. His voice carried faintly, almost like a sigh. He truly could not figure out what was in her heart. Hi, this is Winter. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Winter Manhwa for more exciting recaps every week. Your support means the world. See you in the next one.